Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I remember the first time I saw Emily Fletcher. The late afternoon light filtered through the windows of Riverdale Cafe, casting long shadows across the worn wooden floors. She sat alone at a corner table, her fingers wrapped around a ceramic mug, steam rising in gentle curls before her face. There was nothing particularly remarkable about her medium-height, brown hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, clothes that blended into the background. Yet something about her stillness caught my attention. The way her eyes would occasionally drift toward the window, unfocused, as if seeing something beyond the rain-speckled glass that no one else could. I was investigating a series of strange incidents in the small town of Riverdale. Nothing violent, nothing that would make national headlines. Just odd occurrences that the local police had dismissed as coincidences or imagination. A woman who found her furniture rearranged when she returned home. A man who claimed someone had been reading his personal journal. A teenager who insisted someone had been watching her sleep. Small disturbances that created ripples of unease through the community. The case file sat before me, a thin manila folder containing sparse details and dismissive notes from the local police. I lifted my coffee to my lips, the bitter warmth spreading through my chest as I observed Emily from across the room. She wasn't a suspect. She wasn't even connected to the case, not yet, but there was something in her demeanor that pulled at my investigative instincts, a vulnerability mixed with quiet tension. I watched as a man approached her table, tall, well-dressed, with dark hair swept neatly back from his forehead. He moved with confidence, settling into the chair across from her without invitation. I couldn't hear their exchange from where I sat, but I saw the transformation in Emily's face, the widening of her eyes, the sudden rigidity in her posture, the way her fingers tightened around her mug until her knuckles turned white. The man leaned forward, saying something that made her shake her head slowly, disbelievingly. Then he rose, placed something on the table beside her hand, a small white card, and walked out, the bell above the door announcing his departure with a soft chime that seemed to hang in the air. Emily remained frozen, staring at the card as if it might bite her. I approached her table carefully, my badge already in hand. "Miss Fletcher, I'm Detective Lawrence Harmon. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?" Her eyes lifted to mine, filled with a confusion that bordered on fear. "How do you know my name?" I hadn't known it, not until I read it off the card the stranger had left, a business card with nothing but her full name printed in elegant script. Emily Catherine Fletcher. "May I gestured to the chair the man had vacated. She nodded, her gaze drifting back to the card. "He knew things," she whispered, "things he couldn't possibly know." "What kind of things?" I kept my voice soft, neutral, the way I'd been trained to speak to witnesses who were teetering on the edge of shock. "My dreams," her voice was barely audible over the ambient cafe noise, the gentle clinking of cups, the low murmur of conversations, the hiss of the espresso machine. He said, "You dreamed of me last night, you always do," and the worst part is, he was right. I took out my notebook, the familiar weight of it in my hands grounding me as I opened to a fresh page. The paper made a soft sound as I turned it, like a whisper of secrets. "Tell me about your dreams, Miss Fletcher." "I've always had vivid dreams," she began, her fingers tracing invisible patterns on the wooden tabletop. "But for the past few months, there's been this recurring one. I'm in a house I don't recognize. It's old, with high ceilings and long hallways. There's always someone there watching me from doorways, always just out of clear sight. I never see his face fully, just impressions, dark hair, tall, the feeling of being observed." The description matched the man who had just left, but that could have been suggestion, her mind filling in details retroactively. Still, a prickle of unease traveled down my spine. And you've never met this man before today. She shook her head slowly. Never, but when he spoke to me, his voice. She closed her eyes briefly. It was the same voice I hear in my dreams, calling my name through those hallways. Over the next 3 weeks, I interviewed Emily 7 times. She lived alone in a small apartment on the edge of town, worked from home as a graphic designer, kept to herself. No enemies, no stalkers, no troubled past relationships that might explain what was happening. We installed security cameras at her apartment, but they never captured anyone unusual. Yet the dreams continued, growing more detailed, more invasive. And there were other things. Small objects in her apartment moved to different locations while she slept. A glass of water on her nightstand, half empty when she went to bed, would be full in the morning. The scent of unfamiliar cologne lingering in her bathroom. "Am I losing my mind?" she asked me one evening as we sat in her living room, the soft glow of a single lamp creating a pool of light around us, leaving the corners of the room in shadow. Outside, rain tapped gently against the windows, a natural metronome marking the passage of time. "I don't think so," I said, though doubt had begun to creep into my professional assessment. The security footage showed nothing. No one entering or leaving her apartment. No evidence of tampering with the cameras. On our 8th meeting, Emily handed me a small leather-bound journal. "I've been writing down everything I can remember from the dreams," she explained. Her fingers brushed against mine as she passed it over, cool and trembling slightly. I took it back to my office, the quiet hum of the fluorescent lights overhead keeping me company as I read through her entries late into the night. Her handwriting changed throughout the journal, starting neat and controlled, gradually becoming more frantic, letters pressing deeper into the paper, as if she were trying to carve the words into something more permanent than memory. The last entry caught my attention. He told me his name last night, in the dream. He said it was time I knew. Alexander Voss. He said I'd find him in the old Brunswick house on Maple Street. He said he's been waiting for me there for years. I closed the journal slowly, the soft thud it made against my desk unnaturally loud in the empty office. The Brunswick house was an abandoned Victorian at the edge of town, scheduled for demolition next month. It had been empty for decades. I should have called for backup. I should have waited until morning. Instead, I drove through the rain-slicked streets alone, streetlights reflecting off the wet asphalt like fallen stars. The Brunswick house loomed against the night sky, its windows dark, empty eyes staring down at me as I approached the sagging porch. The front door opened at my touch, hinges groaning like something in pain. The air inside was heavy with dust and the sweet sour smell of decay. My flashlight carved a narrow path through the darkness, illuminating peeling wallpaper and floors warped with age and moisture. Alexander Voss. My voice seemed to be swallowed by the emptiness of the house. Something creaked upstairs, the shifting of weight on old floorboards. I followed the sound, my hand resting on my holstered weapon as I climbed the stairs, each step protesting beneath my weight. At the top, a long hallway stretched before me, doorways yawning open on either side, just like Emily had described in her dreams. The master bedroom was at the end of the hall. My flashlight beam caught movement, a tall figure standing by the window, gazing out at the night. "Mr. Voss, I'm Detective Harmon. I'd like to ask you some questions." He turned slowly, his face half in shadow. "About Emily," he said, "not a question." "Yes, how do you know her?" A smile touched his lips, sad and knowing. I don't not yet, but she knows me. She's been visiting me here for months. In her dreams, I said, trying to keep the skepticism from my voice. Dreams are just another way of seeing, he replied. Some people can see more than others. And what is it you want from her? He turned back to the window, recognition. A chill that had nothing to do with the damp air settled over me. Recognition of what? Of what we share, of what happened in this room 70 years ago. My flashlight beam trembled slightly as I directed it around the room. Nothing seemed unusual, just an abandoned bedroom, stripped of furniture, wallpaper curling away from the walls. I don't understand. He sighed, the sound like wind through bare branches. No one believed her then either. When she tried to tell them what her husband was doing to her, the police dismissed her just like they dismissed the others who came to you recently. Small disturbances, nothing worth their time. I took a step closer, trying to see his face more clearly. Are you saying Emily is connected to something that happened here decades ago? Emily is Catherine, he said simply. My sister, reborn but carrying the same wounds, the same fears, the same dreams. Catherine Fletcher, I recalled the name from Emily's business card. Emily Catherine Fletcher. Catherine Voss before she married James Brunswick. His voice hardened at the name. The man who tormented her until she couldn't bear it anymore. The case file I had been given hadn't mentioned any deaths at the Brunswick house, but old records were often incomplete in small towns like Riverdale. What happened to Catherine? I asked, though some part of me already knew the answer. Alexander gestured toward the closet door. He kept her there when he was angry, sometimes for days. With a growing sense of dread, I crossed to the closet and pulled open the door. My flashlight revealed a space much deeper than it should have been, extending several feet back. And there, on the floor, faint but visible, was a darker stain on the wood, old and set deep into the grain. The police ruled it a suicide, Alexander said quietly behind me. They found her hanging from the rail, but they didn't look closely enough at the bruises, at the broken fingers, at all the signs that she fought to live. I turned back to him, questions forming on my lips, but the room was empty. A cold breeze touched my face, though the window was closed. 2 days later, the forensic team confirmed what Alexander had told me. They found human remains sealed behind the closet wall, a second victim, likely Alexander himself, buried within the structure of the house. And records from 1953 confirmed that Catherine Brunswick had indeed been found dead in that same closet, ruled a suicide despite inconsistencies in the evidence. Emily stopped having the dreams after that. The disturbances in her apartment ceased. The other incidents around town likewise came to an abrupt end. Sometimes I drive by the Brunswick house, which still stands, its demolition postponed indefinitely due to the ongoing investigation. In the upstairs window, I occasionally glimpse a tall figure watching the street below, waiting perhaps for justice that came too late, or for recognition from someone who shares more than just a name with a long-dead woman. And sometimes in my own dreams I hear a voice calling through long hallways, not Emily's name but mine, soft and persistent like a question that needs answering, or a story that needs telling. Before it happens again. Story 2, I remember the first time I visited the Blackwood property. It was an unusually warm October afternoon, the kind where golden light filters through half-bare trees and creates dancing patterns on the ground beneath. As a detective with 15 years on the force, I'd seen my share of strange cases, but none quite like what unfolded at 1478 Elmhurst Lane. The call came in on a Tuesday. A man named Daniel Kaplan had purchased the Victorian home at auction, a foreclosure that had been sitting empty for nearly 2 years, or so everyone believed. The property had passed through 3 real estate companies, each one failing to sell it despite its prime location and reasonable price. Finally, Westlake Properties managed to move it at auction, where Kaplan got it for nearly 40% below market value. It seemed like a steal, Kaplan told me, his voice soft and measured as we sat on his rental apartment's balcony. The agent, Ms. Porter, assured me the house had been vacant since the previous owners, the Madisons, had moved out in 2022. She said they'd relocated suddenly for work. I remember writing his statement down in my worn leather notebook, the pages crinkling softly beneath my pen. The sensation of something not quite right had already begun to form in the back of my mind, like the first hint of a storm on a clear horizon. Kaplan had driven to the property the day after closing, Sunday, October 15th, to take measurements and plan renovations. He had brought along a tape measure, a notepad, and his enthusiasm for finally owning his first home. The front door was unlocked, he said, his eyes now fixed on some point beyond the balcony railing. I thought Ms. Porter might have forgotten to lock up after the final walkthrough, but when I stepped inside. Here, Kaplan's voice had trailed off. I remember the distant sound of wind chimes from somewhere below us, their gentle melody filling the silence between us. The house was lived in, he finally continued. Not just lived in, actively occupied. There was a pot of coffee on the kitchen counter, still warm, steam rising from it, 2 mugs beside it, one with lipstick on the rim. The dining room table was set for breakfast with eggs and toast on the plates, untouched but not cold. I shifted in my seat, the metal chair creaking softly beneath me. Did you call out to anyone? Of course, Kaplan nodded. I thought there must have been some terrible mistake, that perhaps the agents had mixed up properties or that squatters had moved in. But the house was perfect, not like squatters at all. There were family photos on the mantel, a couple with 2 teenage children, fresh flowers in vases. A newspaper dated that morning on the coffee table. The details Kaplan shared were unsettling not for their horror, but for their mundanity, the simple evidence of life where there should have been none. According to county records, the Madison family had indeed sold the property to the bank 20 months earlier before relocating to Arizona. Property taxes had been paid by the bank. Utilities had been shut off and only recently reconnected under Kaplan's name. The strangest thing, Kaplan continued, his fingers absently tracing the rim of his water glass, was the music. Very faint piano music coming from somewhere upstairs, classical, I think, and the smell of perfume in the air, something floral but not overwhelming. Kaplan had explored the entire main floor, finding evidence of occupation everywhere. Fresh produce in the refrigerator, a laptop open on the desk in the study, screensaver swirling. A shower in the downstairs bathroom still damp, the mirror fogged at the edges. I was confused but not scared, not yet, he explained. I thought there had to be a logical explanation, so I decided to check upstairs, follow the music. As he climbed the stairs, Kaplan said the music grew slightly louder, a melancholy piece he couldn't identify. The upstairs hallway was lined with 4 doors, all closed except one at the far end, which stood slightly ajar. Light spilled from that room onto the hallway carpet. I called out again, Kaplan said, but no one answered, when I reached the end of the hall and pushed open the door. A silent moment stretched between us as Kaplan collected himself. Somewhere in the distance, a car honked, the sound drifting up to where we sat. The room was empty. It was clearly set up as a music room. There was a piano against the wall, sheet music spread across it. The bench was pulled out as if someone had just stood up, but nobody was there. Unsettled but not yet alarmed, Kaplan had checked the remaining bedrooms. Each one was fully furnished and showed signs of habitation. Rumpled bedding, clothes in closets, personal items on nightstands. The master bedroom contained men's and women's clothing, and the two smaller rooms appeared to belong to a teenage boy and girl respectively. It felt invasive looking through someone else's things, Kaplan had admitted, but I needed to understand what was happening. There was no question in my mind. A family was living there, a family that, according to all legal documents, couldn't possibly exist. After completing his inspection, Kaplan had left the house, carefully locking the front door behind him with the key he'd received at closing. He immediately called his real estate agent, who insisted there must be some mistake. The property had been vacant for nearly 2 years. The bank had cleared it out long ago. Ms. Porter promised to meet me there the next morning to sort everything out, Kaplan said. I didn't sleep much that night. When Kaplan and Ms. Porter returned to the property on Monday morning, they found an empty house. No furniture, no food, no personal items, not a single trace of the family Kaplan had described. The house was completely bare, he explained, his voice barely above a whisper now. Not just empty, but pristine, like it had been professionally cleaned. No dust, no marks on the walls where pictures had hung. Nothing. Ms. Porter had been visibly relieved, suggesting Kaplan had perhaps viewed a different property by mistake or had an unusually vivid dream. But Kaplan knew what he had seen. That's when he called the police, and the case file eventually made its way to my desk. Initially, my colleagues had dismissed Kaplan's story as confusion, possibly stress-induced hallucinations from the pressure of buying his first home. But something about his account, the consistency of details, the absence of embellishment, made me curious enough to look deeper. The property records confirmed the Madisons, Thomas and Alina, with their children James and Sarah, had indeed owned the house until foreclosure. Their forwarding address led to a post office box in Phoenix that had been closed 6 months after they moved. Their social media accounts had gone dormant around the same time. What troubled me most was when I ran background checks on the family. Thomas Madison's employment history ended abruptly in January 2022. Alina's nursing license had not been transferred to Arizona as would be expected. The children had never been enrolled in any Arizona schools. In fact, the last definitive record of the Madison family's existence was their signature on the deed transfer to the bank in 2022. 3 days after my initial interview with Kaplan, he called me again, his voice tight with restraint. It happened again, he said. I went to the house this morning to meet the contractor. When I opened the door, they were back. Everything was back. This time, Kaplan had documented his experience, taking videos and photos on his phone before leaving the property. The footage showed exactly what he had described, a fully furnished home with clear signs of current occupation. Fresh flowers, warm food, personal belongings. Most disturbingly, in one of the photos of the living room, there appeared to be the partial outline of a figure seated on the couch, blurred as if in motion, but unmistakably human in shape. I immediately drove to the property, arriving within 30 minutes of Kaplan's call. By the time I got there, Kaplan was waiting on the sidewalk, unwilling to go back inside alone. When we entered together, the house was empty once again. This pattern repeated 5 more times over the next 3 weeks. Kaplan would visit the property to find it occupied by unseen residents, only to return later, sometimes just hours later, to find it completely vacant. Each time he documented what he found. Each time, by the time anyone else could verify his claims, all evidence had vanished. The investigation took a darker turn when I finally located the Madisons, next of kin, Alina's sister living in Michigan. Her response to my inquiry was bone-chilling in its simplicity. "You found them after all this time." According to the sister, the Madison family had never arrived in Arizona. Their car had been found abandoned at a gas station just 50 miles from their old home, with no signs of foul play. Missing persons reports had been filed, but with no evidence of crime and adults who appeared to have left voluntarily, the case had quickly gone cold. The family had simply vanished. I've been a detective long enough to know when to follow facts and when to follow instinct. The facts in this case led nowhere, no bodies, no evidence of violence, no motive for disappearance. But my instinct whispered something I rarely allow myself to consider. What if the Madison family never truly left their home? Yesterday I convinced Kaplan to allow me to stay in the house overnight, alone. I brought a sleeping bag, some basic supplies, and every recording device the department would allow me to check out. I settled in the living room as the autumn sun set, casting long shadows across the empty floor. For hours, nothing happened. My recordings picked up nothing but the normal sounds of an old house settling. Then at exactly 3:17 a.m., the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. My breath fogged in front of me, and very distinctly I heard the sound of a piano key, a single note from upstairs. The investigation continues, but I'm no longer certain what I'm investigating. A missing persons case, a haunting, or something that exists in the unsettling space between. The house at 1478 Elmhurst Lane stands quiet now. Daniel Kaplan has abandoned his purchase, accepting the financial loss rather than claim ownership of a property that, by all appearances, has never truly been empty. And sometimes, when I drive by late at night, I see lights in the windows, despite the utilities having been disconnected once again. The house that never stays empty continues to wait, its secrets held within walls that seem to exist in 2 realities at once. I've requested the case remain open. Some mysteries demand resolution, even when that resolution defies explanation. For now, the Madison family exists in a liminal space, neither present nor absent, their home a doorway to questions I'm not sure I want answered. But as a detective, it's not my job to decide which truths are comfortable. So I wait and I watch for the next time life stirs in the house that is supposed to be vacant. The case continues. Story 3, she answered the phone without checking the number. The voice on the other end sounded like her own, pleading and desperate. "You have to leave, they know where you are." The call ended abruptly. Her phone's call history completely blank. I remember the first time I heard about the case. It was late October, and the office was filled with that peculiar autumn stillness that seems to muffle even the clacking of keyboards. The file landed on my desk with a soft thud, pushed forward by Captain Miller's weathered hands. His eyes held that look I'd come to recognize over 15 years as a detective, the look that said this one was different. Alina Reeves, he said, his voice low and gravelly from decades of cigarettes he'd never quite managed to quit. 32. Reported missing 3 days ago after failing to show up for her shift at Memorial Hospital. I opened the manila folder, the paper cool and slightly textured beneath my fingertips. The first photograph showed a woman with auburn hair and eyes that seemed to look directly through the camera as if she could see me sitting there. A nurse, according to her file, well-liked, reliable, the kind of person who never missed a day of work without calling in. The air conditioning hummed quietly in the background as I flipped through the preliminary reports. Her apartment had been found undisturbed, no signs of struggle. A half-empty cup of tea on the coffee table, now cold. A novel splayed open, face down on the armrest of her sofa. The TV still on, playing to an empty room when the building manager had done the wellness check. But it was the statement from her colleague, Sarah Donovan, that caught my attention. The evening before Alina disappeared, Sarah had received a strange text from her. It simply read, "If I call you, don't answer." When she tried calling Alina back, there was no response. I leaned back in my chair, which creaked softly under my weight. The ceiling fan above spun lazily, casting barely perceptible shadows across the paperwork. Something about this case settled into my bones like the first chill of winter not yet biting, but a warning of things to come. The next morning I drove to Alina's apartment complex. It was one of those modern buildings with too much glass and not enough character, reflecting the cloudy sky in fragmented patterns. The manager, a thin man with nervous eyes, fumbled with his keys as he let me in. "She's a good tenant," he said, the present tense hanging hopefully in the air between us. "Quiet, always pays on time." The apartment was exactly as described in the initial report. Clean, orderly, nothing seemed out of place, yet everything felt wrong somehow. I pulled on latex gloves, the soft snap echoing in the empty space as I began my methodical search. In the bedroom, the closet contained neatly hung clothes, work scrubs, casual wear, nothing missing according to the manager's knowledge. On the nightstand sat a charging phone, not Alina's missing device, but an older model. When I pressed the power button, it came to life, revealing a lock screen with no notifications. Tech managed to unlock it back at the station. Most of the apps were unused, like a phone kept as a backup. But the call log contained something unusual, a single incoming call at 11:42 p.m. on the night Alina disappeared. No number was displayed, just unknown. 2 days later, we got our first real break. A barista at a coffee shop 3 blocks from Alina's apartment recognized her photo. She'd been there the night she disappeared, sitting by the window with her laptop open. The security footage confirmed it. Alina, seemingly anxious, checking her phone repeatedly. At one point, she looked up sharply, staring out the window as if she'd seen something alarming. 20 minutes later, she packed up and left. The timestamp read 10:17 p.m. I sat in that same coffee shop the following evening, the aroma of espresso and pastries filling the air as I tried to see what Alina might have seen through that window. Across the street stood a parking garage. Beside it, an alley barely visible in the gathering dusk. I watched as people passed by, their faces illuminated momentarily by streetlights before disappearing back into shadow. The coffee shop's bell chimed softly as the door opened. Sarah Donovan, Alina's colleague, slid into the seat across from me. Her hands, I noticed, trembled slightly as she placed them on the table. "There's something I didn't tell the officers who took my statement," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something that didn't seem important then, but now I can't stop thinking about it." I waited, letting the silence between us deepen, until she continued. About a month ago, Alina mentioned that she thought she was being followed, not all the time, just occasionally. She'd see the same person in different places, a man with a gray hoodie. She tried to take a photo once, but he was gone when she looked back. I felt that familiar prickle at the base of my neck, the feeling that the case was about to shift into something darker. "And there's one more thing," Sarah continued, her eyes meeting mine. 2 days before she disappeared, she told me she'd received a strange call. The caller ID showed her own number, and when she answered, Sarah's voice faltered. When she answered, I prompted gently. She said it was her own voice on the other end, telling her to be careful, that they were watching her. The following day, we pulled Alina's phone records. There it was an incoming call from her own number at 9:36 p.m., the night before she vanished, lasting 43 seconds. Voice spoofing technology exists, of course. It's not difficult for someone with the right skills to make a call appear to come from a different number, but to recreate someone's voice convincingly, that requires more sophisticated technology or access to recordings of the target's voice. I returned to Alina's apartment with a new perspective, examining her laptop more carefully this time. The browser history revealed searches for someone calling from my number, voice cloning software, and how to know if your phone is being monitored. The last search had been performed just hours before she disappeared. How to disappear completely. On her laptop, we found a folder containing audio files, recordings of patient notes that Alina had made for her work. Anyone with access to these files would have plenty of material to create a convincing voice clone. The pieces were beginning to align, but the picture they formed remained blurry, like trying to see through fog. Who would go to such lengths to frighten a hospital nurse? What had Alina seen or heard that made her a target? The answer came from an unexpected source. A routine check of hospital records revealed that a patient had died under unusual circumstances during one of Alina's shifts 3 months earlier. The official cause was listed as heart failure, but the autopsy had shown traces of a medication that wasn't prescribed. The case had been flagged for review, then seemingly buried under bureaucracy. The patient's name was Martin Keeler, a former IT security specialist with no living family, no one to ask questions about his death, no one except perhaps Alina Reeves, who had noted discrepancies in his chart just before his death. I sat in my darkened office that night, the only light coming from my computer screen as I pieced together what might have happened. Had Alina noticed something she wasn't supposed to see? Had she been silenced before she could speak up? The phone on my desk rang, startling me out of my thoughts. I glanced at the clock. 11:42 p.m., the exact time of the mysterious call on Alina's old phone. I felt a chill as I reached for the receiver. "Detective Sullivan," I answered, my voice steady despite the unease crawling up my spine. There was silence on the other end. Then, faintly, I heard what sounded like breathing, and something else, the distant beeping of what could have been hospital equipment. "Hello," I pressed, reaching for a pen to note the caller ID. The number displayed was my own. Then a voice spoke, distorted, yet somehow familiar. "Check the basement records, where they keep the old files before they move them." The line went dead. I sat motionless, the dial tone humming in my ear as the implications settled over me like falling snow. The next morning, I obtained a warrant to search the hospital's basement archives. In a dusty filing cabinet, behind folders of administrative paperwork, we found a sealed envelope addressed to the hospital board. Inside was a letter written by Alina Reeves detailing her suspicions about 3 patient deaths, including Martin Keeler's. All had died during shifts supervised by the same Dr. Lawrence Mercer, head of cardiology. Alina never made it out of the city. Traffic cameras captured her car heading toward the interstate the night she disappeared, but the vehicle was found abandoned at a rest stop 50 miles away. No blood, no signs of struggle, just an empty car with the keys still in the ignition. Dr. Mercer was brought in for questioning that afternoon. He sat across from me in the interrogation room, his posture rigid, his expression carefully neutral. When confronted with Alina's letter, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, the only crack in his composed fa-death. "Patients die," he said, his voice clinical and detached. "It's unfortunate, but it happens." Nurse Reeves was imaginative, always seeing patterns where none existed. But the evidence suggested otherwise. A search of his home uncovered sophisticated audio equipment and software capable of voice manipulation. His computer contained surveillance photos of Alina entering her apartment, at the coffee shop, walking to her car in the hospital parking lot. What we never found was Alina herself. Despite a statewide search, she had vanished as completely as morning mist. Dr. Mercer maintained his innocence even as the evidence mounted against him. Yes, he admitted to monitoring her. Yes, he had made the call using her voice a scare tactic to discourage her from spreading false accusations, but he insisted he never harmed her. 8 months later, I still keep Alina's file on my desk. Sometimes, late at night when the office is empty and quiet, I find myself staring at her photograph, at those eyes that seem to look through the camera and directly at me, asking me to find the truth. Dr. Mercer was convicted of stalking and harassment, but without a body, without definitive proof of foul play, the more serious charges remained out of reach. He'll be eligible for parole in 5 years. As for Alina Reeves, some days I think she's dead, buried somewhere we haven't thought to look. Other days I remember that final search on her laptop, how to disappear completely. I wonder if somewhere far from here, a woman with a new name and a new face still jumps at unexpected phone calls, still checks over her shoulder as she walks down unfamiliar streets. And sometimes when my phone rings late at night and no caller ID appears, I find myself hesitating before I answer, wondering if I'll hear my own voice on the other end, warning me about dangers I haven't yet discovered, telling me that someone is watching, waiting, from just beyond the edge of what I can see. Story 4, I remember the first note clearly. It appeared on a Tuesday morning in late October, when the hallways of the Westlake apartments were quiet except for the soft hum of the heating system that had just been turned on for the season. As the building's superintendent, I was accustomed to the rhythms of the place, which apartments creaked at night, which pipes knocked in the early morning, which tenants came and went at unusual hours, but nothing had prepared me for what began that autumn. The paper was cream-colored and folded precisely in thirds. It had been slipped under the door of my office sometime during the night. No envelope, no explanation, just my name written in a careful, looping script across the front. Inside was a message written in the same meticulous handwriting. Mr. Carson, the water drips all night, the walls whisper. Someone watches through the vent in apartment 5B, please help. Alina Simmons. I stood in my cramped office, the paper trembling slightly in my fingers, while dust motes danced in the shaft of morning light from my single window. Alina Simmons. The name brought back memories I had carefully packed away years ago. Apartment 5B had been vacant for almost a decade. Alina Simmons had been its last occupant before she disappeared without a trace in the winter of 2014. I folded the note and slipped it into my desk drawer beneath old maintenance requests and tenant complaints. A prank, most likely. One of the current residents with too much time on their hands. Still, as I made my morning rounds through the building, checking the boiler and testing the emergency lights, I found myself pausing outside 5B, listening for sounds that couldn't possibly be there. 3 days later, another note appeared. This one on pale blue paper, slipped under my apartment door this time, not my office. The handwriting was identical. Mr. Carson, there are scratch marks inside the walls. They're trying to get out. The previous superintendent knew about the spaces between floors. Ask him what happened to us. Eleanor Simmons. The previous superintendent, Harold Mercer. He had retired abruptly after Eleanor's disappearance, moving to Florida without much of a goodbye. We'd exchanged Christmas cards for a few years, then nothing. The last I'd heard, he was living in a senior community near Tampa. I placed the second note with the first one and tried to dismiss it. But that night I lay awake in my apartment on the ground floor, imagining I could hear the subtle settling of the building. Or was it something else? Something moving in the narrow crawl spaces between walls, in the forgotten maintenance tunnels that honeycomb old buildings like ours. The third note arrived the following Monday. Yellow paper this time, left on the windshield of my car in the parking lot. Mr. Carson, there were others before me. Check the basement storage room behind the old filing cabinets. There's a door they plastered over. What's behind it? Why does the building smell like copper on hot days? Eleanor Simmons. I knew the storage room well. It was where we kept decades of building records, holiday decorations that rarely saw use anymore, and miscellaneous equipment too valuable to discard but too outdated to serve any purpose. The filing cabinets had been pushed against the far wall for as long as I had worked there, 15 years now. I had never thought to look behind them. That afternoon, when most tenants were at work and the building settled into its midday quietude, I went down to the basement. The fluorescent lights flickered reluctantly to life, casting harsh shadows across the concrete floor. The storage room key felt unusually heavy in my hand. Inside, the air was dense with the smell of old paper and dust. It took considerable effort to move the filing cabinets. They scraped across the floor with a metallic protest that echoed through the basement. Behind them, the wall looked different from the rest, newer plaster, slightly discolored. I ran my fingers over the surface and felt a subtle seam. Someone had indeed covered over something here, and they had done it carefully, but not carefully enough. I returned with tools from my workshop and began to chip away at the plaster. It came away easily, revealing an old wooden door with an antique brass doorknob. No lock, just a simple latch. The door opened with a low groan that seemed to reverberate through the entire building. Behind it was a narrow corridor I had never known existed. The air that wafted out carried a stale, metallic scent. The corridor extended into darkness, with pipes running along its low ceiling and electrical conduits snaking along the walls. It was a maintenance passage, evidently designed to access the building's infrastructure, but it had been sealed off decades ago, according to the layer of dust that covered everything. I returned to my apartment and called the police. Detective Lisa Morales arrived within the hour. She was in her 40s, with streaks of gray in her dark hair and eyes that had seen too much to be easily surprised. I showed her the notes and the hidden corridor. Eleanor Simmons, she said, reading the signature on the last note. That case is still open, you know. No body was ever found. No evidence of foul play, but no evidence she left voluntarily either. Just gone. You think these notes are connected to her disappearance? I asked, watching as she photographed the corridor entrance with her phone. I think, she said carefully, that someone wants us to believe they are. Let me take these notes for analysis. In the meantime, don't go into that corridor alone. We'll send a forensic team tomorrow morning. That night I dreamed of walls that breathed and floors that absorbed footsteps like sponges. I woke to the sound of paper sliding under my door, but when I rushed to check, there was nothing there. The forensic team arrived early the next day. They spent hours examining the corridor, taking samples of dust and testing the air quality. Detective Morales returned in the afternoon, her expression unreadable. The corridor connects to vertical shafts that run alongside the elevator, she explained. It would give someone access to spaces behind the walls on every floor, including B. And the notes, I asked. The paper is common stock, available at any office supply store. The handwriting doesn't match our samples of Alina Simmons writing from her lease agreement and other documents. Someone is playing a very elaborate game, Mr. Carson. But why? Who would go to such lengths? And how did they know about a hidden corridor that even I, the building's superintendent, hadn't known existed? The fourth note appeared that night, pushed under my office door again, this time on green paper. Mr. Carson, did they find the other spaces yet? The ones between floors? Harold knew. He heard us knocking, but he sealed us in anyway. 7 of us are here. We never left the building. Alina Simmons. 7, the number struck me with unexpected force. Over the past 15 years, there had indeed been several tenants who had seemingly vanished without proper notice. People who lived alone mostly, people without close family nearby, people who wouldn't be immediately missed. I called Detective Morales again. This time she brought a team that included a structural engineer. They examined the building plans, which revealed additional maintenance spaces that had been closed off during a renovation in the early 2000s, spaces that could, theoretically, conceal bodies. As they worked, I found myself drawn to apartment 5B. It had remained unrented all these years, not because of any suspicion about Alina's disappearance, but because of water damage that had never been properly addressed. The apartment had a perpetual mustiness that no amount of ventilation seemed to cure. Standing in the empty living room, I noticed something I had overlooked during previous inspections, a vent cover near the ceiling that was slightly askew. I brought a stepladder from the hallway and carefully removed the cover. Behind it was not just a ventilation duct, but a small cavity in the wall. Inside was a leather-bound journal, Alina's diary. The final entries detailed her growing suspicion that someone was entering her apartment when she was away. She described hearing movements in the walls, seeing shadows pass under her door when no one was in the hallway. The last entry, dated the day before she was reported missing, contained just one line: "He's the one who watches. He's coming tonight. The superintendent always has the keys." But Harold had been the superintendent then, not me. I brought the diary to Detective Morales, who immediately secured it as evidence. The investigation intensified. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies in several of the sealed spaces throughout the building. When they broke through the walls, they found them. 7 people, just as the note had said. Alina Simmons was among them. They had been carefully hidden in the forgotten spaces of the old building, their disappearances separated by enough time that no pattern had been detected. Until now. Harold Mercer was located in his Florida retirement community and brought in for questioning. The case against him built slowly but inexorably, forensic evidence preserved in the cool, dry spaces between walls, financial records showing small withdrawals from victims' accounts after their disappearances, and finally a collection of personal items belonging to each victim, found hidden in a storage unit rented under a false name. I still work at the Westlake Apartments. The building has new owners now, and extensive renovations have eliminated those hidden spaces. Apartment 5B has been completely remodeled and is occupied by a young couple who know nothing of its history. But sometimes, in the quiet hours of early morning, I imagine I can hear the subtle sounds of paper sliding under a door, of someone trying to make themselves heard from places where no one should be. And I wonder about the notes, those meticulously crafted messages that broke open a decade-old mystery. Because we never did discover who wrote them. The handwriting didn't match Harold's, it didn't match any current or former tenant, it didn't match Aliner's or any of the other victims. I sometimes wonder if the building itself found a way to speak, to reveal the secrets hidden in its bones. Or perhaps there was an eighth victim, one we haven't found yet, still trying to be heard. Story 5, I've been a detective for 23 years, but this case still visits me in the quiet hours before dawn. Not because it was particularly violent, it wasn't, but because of how ordinary everything seemed until it wasn't. Like watching ripples spread across still water, disturbing what should have remained peaceful. The first time I visited Elaine Mercer's apartment, nothing seemed out of place. It was mid-October, the kind of autumn day where the air feels like crystal clear and sharp around the edges. Her neighbor had called it in, concerned after not seeing her for 10 days. Mail piling up, no response to texts. The superintendent let us in with a tired resignation that suggested he'd done this too many times before. Her apartment was on the 4th floor of a renovated brownstone in the quieter part of town. The kind of neighborhood where people notice if you don't bring your trash bins in promptly. The kind where curtains twitch when unfamiliar cars park along the curb. The living room was tidy, almost staged in its perfection. Nothing seemed disturbed, no signs of struggle. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the coffee table, a thin film of mold forming on the surface. Next to it, a worn paperback, splayed open and face down, waiting for its reader to return. What caught my attention wasn't what was there, but what wasn't. No family photos, no vacation souvenirs, just carefully selected furniture and abstract art, as if Elaine Mercer was trying to create the illusion of a personality rather than reveal one. Except for that one photograph. It hung centered on the wall opposite her couch, a framed beach scene. Nothing remarkable at first glance, just sand, water, and an empty horizon. Something about it seemed off, though, not quite a regular photograph. The colors were slightly too vibrant, the perspective somewhat distorted. My partner, Davis, was checking the bedroom, her soft footsteps creating a gentle rhythm behind me as I stood before that picture. Found her date book, Davis called out. Last entry was October 3rd, just says changes coming, nothing after that. I nodded, still studying the photograph. Something about the grain of the sand, the pattern of light on the water. It seemed to shift slightly under my gaze, like those optical illusions that play tricks on your perception. Her phone's here, Davis continued, entering the living room. No outgoing calls since the 2nd, nothing unusual in her texts, no indication of travel plans. I forced myself to look away from the picture. Family contacts. A sister in Portland already left her a message. The rest of our initial sweep revealed little. Elaine Mercer, age 42, lived alone, worked remotely as a data analyst, kept to herself according to the neighbor who reported her missing. No boyfriend or girlfriend that anyone knew about. Her car was still in its designated spot. We expanded our investigation, of course, checked security footage from the building entrance, interviewed colleagues, traced her digital footprint. The story that emerged was of a woman slowly withdrawing from her life over the previous 3 months. Cancelled plans, declined invitations, shortened conversations. And then purchases that made little sense. A plane ticket to a coastal town she never used. Beach clothes ordered online, still in their packaging. A book on coastal photography. Her sister flew in from Portland 3 days after we opened the case. Catherine was Elaine's opposite, in every way vibrant, expressive. Her emotions played openly across her face as she moved through her missing sister's apartment. "This isn't right," she kept saying, picking up objects and setting them down. "This isn't Elaine." When she saw the beach photograph, she stopped. Her hand reached toward it, then pulled back. "Where did this come from?" she asked, her voice suddenly quiet. "We assumed it was hers," I said. "It wasn't." Catherine shook her head slowly. Elaine had a thing about beaches, wouldn't go near them, wouldn't even look at pictures of them. "Why?" "Our cousin drowned when we were kids. Elaine was there. She tried to save him." Catherine's fingers hovered near the frame without touching it. She would never have this on her wall. I studied the photograph again. Something had changed. I was certain of it. There were footprints in the sand now, leading toward the water. Had they been there before? "When was the last time you spoke with your sister?" I asked, my voice deliberately casual. "About 4 months ago. She called to tell me she'd found something at a thrift store that scared her." Catherine's eyes didn't leave the picture. She said she felt like she was being watched. I told her she was working too hard. The investigation shifted after that conversation. We tracked down the thrift store, a small place 3 blocks from Elaine's apartment. The elderly owner remembered her. "Such a quiet woman," she told me, her arthritic fingers sorting through receipt books. "Came in often just to look. Never bought much until that day." The photograph. "Yes, strange thing, I don't remember taking it in. We don't usually accept photographs unless they're antiques." She adjusted her glasses. She seemed drawn to it, almost reluctant, but couldn't leave without it. The digital trail grew colder the more we looked. Elaine's online presence had diminished gradually, then suddenly stopped altogether on October 4th. Her last search, figures appearing in photographs. 6 days into the investigation, I returned to her apartment alone. Something about that photograph had lodged in my mind like a splinter. In the quiet of the empty apartment, I stood before it again. The footprints in the sand were more defined now, and there, at the edge of the water, a figure, dark, indistinct, facing away from the viewer toward the horizon. It couldn't have been there before. I would have noticed. I took out my phone and photographed the picture. When I checked the image on my screen, the figure was gone, just sand and water. I looked up. The figure remained in the framed photograph, now seeming slightly closer to shore. Over the next week, we explored every conventional explanation for Elaine's disappearance. Credit cards unused, passport still in her desk drawer, no activity on social media, no sightings reported. And all the while, that photograph changed, the figure drawing closer to shore each time I visited the apartment, day by day, inch by inch. On the 10th day, we received an alert. Elaine's credit card had been used at a small motel in a coastal town 3 hours away. the same town as on the unused plane ticket. I drove there myself, the roads growing narrower as they approached the coast, salt hanging heavy in the air. The motel was weathered, paint peeling under the assault of sea air. The manager confirmed it room 17 had been paid for with Elaine Mercer's card, had been occupied for 2 days. The door to room 17 was unlocked. Inside, the bed was neatly made. No luggage, no personal items. Except for a photograph, identical to the one in Elaine's apartment, hanging on the wall. In this version, the figure had reached the shore, was standing on the beach, was turning toward the viewer. Had a face, Elaine's face. We found her the next morning, walking along the shoreline, barefoot, calm, her clothes dry despite the waves lapping at her ankles. When I called her name, she turned with a strange serenity. It's been waiting for me, she said, gesturing toward the water, all this time. We brought her back, of course. The medical evaluation found her physically healthy but psychologically altered. She spoke of the photograph as if it were a doorway, of being watched, then invited, of feeling more at home in that frozen moment of beach and sky than she ever had in her apartment. The photograph in her apartment changed one final time after we found her. The figure vanished completely, just an empty beach again. When I photographed it for evidence, my camera captured nothing but a blank gray square. Elaine Mercer now lives with her sister in Portland, far from any coast. The photograph was cataloged as evidence, then mysteriously disappeared from our storage facility 3 weeks later. The case remains technically solved, missing person located, no foul play, but I find myself avoiding thrift stores these days. And sometimes, in my dreams, I stand before that photograph, watching as new footprints form in the sand, leading toward the water's edge. Watching as a figure that might be my own begins to take shape against the horizon. Sometimes I wonder if the photograph found her or if it created her. If it might now be hanging on someone else's wall, blank and waiting, patient as the tide, ready to follow someone new. Story 6. I still remember the sound of the rain that evening. Not the violent, thunderous kind that makes you jump at each lightning strike, but the gentle, persistent drizzle that creates a hypnotic rhythm against the windows, almost like a lullaby. It was that kind of rain that had been falling all day in the small town of Millfield, coating everything in a glossy sheen that reflected the yellow glow of streetlights. I was reviewing the case files when the call came in. Detective Morrison speaking softly into my office, his voice barely rising above the sound of the rain. You should come down to Cedar Lane, number 42, something unusual. The folders on my desk contained 3 similar cases from neighboring counties, each one documented with meticulous precision details, timestamps, witness statements, but what connected them wasn't what was there. It was what wasn't, what was missing. As I drove through the quiet streets, windshield wipers creating their own rhythm against the rainfall, I mentally prepared myself for what might be waiting. In 15 years as a detective, I'd learned that the most disturbing cases were rarely the ones with obvious violence. They were the ones that left you with questions that lingered in your mind at 3 in the morning when sleep refused to come. Number 42 Cedar Lane was a modest 2-story house with blue shutters and a porch swing that moved slightly in the evening breeze. Nothing about it suggested the strangeness that waited inside. Officer Ramirez met me at the door, his usual composed demeanor slightly fractured. "She's in the living room," he said quietly. "Sarah Winters, 34, school teacher at Millfield Elementary. lives alone since her divorce last year. The living room had the comfortable clutter of daily life books stacked on coffee tables, a half-empty mug of tea, a cardigan draped over the arm of a chair. Sarah Winters sat perfectly still on her sofa, hands folded in her lap, eyes focused on something invisible in the middle distance. She didn't look up when I entered. "Ms. Winters," I said, keeping my voice low and even. "I'm Detective Adams. Can you tell me what happened tonight?" Her breathing was controlled, measured, as if she'd been practicing mindfulness exercises. When she finally spoke, her voice was eerily calm. "He knocked on my door around 7, said his name was Daniel Cooper. He told me he was my mother's cousin from the Albany branch of the family. I don't get many visitors, especially not on weeknights." I took out my notebook, the familiar weight of it in my hands grounding me as I wrote. The pages made a soft whisper as they turned. "He knew things," she continued, her fingers now lightly tracing patterns on her knee. "Details about our family vacations to Lake George when I was a child, the name of my first dog, even how my grandmother made her special blueberry pancakes on Sunday mornings." A car passed outside, its headlights briefly illuminating the room through the curtains, casting long shadows across the walls before returning us to the warm glow of the table lamps. We talked for almost an hour. He was charming in a quiet way, had this gentle smile that reached his eyes. I made tea. He took his with lemon, no sugar, said that's how his mother always served it. I nodded, encouraging her to continue, noting how her hands never trembled despite the unsettling nature of her story. When he left, I called my mother. I was excited to reconnect with a part of the family I hadn't known well. I asked her about cousin Daniel Cooper. Here Sarah paused, the silence stretched between us, filled only by the persistent patter of rain outside. When she spoke again, her voice had dropped to just above a whisper. My mother went very quiet. Then she told me that Daniel Cooper had died in a boating accident in 1986. He would have been 47 this year. The room seemed to cool slightly, though the heating was on. I've learned over the years that true fear has a physical presence. It changes the air around you. "Did you take a photo of him, security footage perhaps?" I asked, already knowing the answer. This case was beginning to align with the others in my files. She shook her head. "Nothing. I checked my doorbell camera. It's been malfunctioning since last week. Just static during the time he would have arrived and left." "Of course, just like the others." "Can you describe him to me in detail?" As Sarah described her visitor, I felt that familiar sensation at the base of my neck, tiny hairs standing on end despite the warmth of the room. Medium height, unremarkable features that somehow seemed both familiar and forgettable. Clothes that weren't quite contemporary but not obviously outdated. A voice that was soothing, measured. The same description, almost word for word, that I had read in those 3 other case files. Visitors who knew impossible things, who left no evidence, who appeared to people living alone, often in the evening, always when it was raining. "Did he take anything?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer to this question too. Sarah frowned slightly, the first real emotion I'd seen cross her face. "I don't think so, but I've had this strange feeling since he left, like something's missing, but I can't put my finger on what." I spent the next hour taking her full statement, arranging for an officer to stay nearby for the night, promising to follow up. The standard procedures that rarely provided comfort but gave the illusion of action, of control. As I was leaving, Sarah called after me. Detective, he knew things nobody could know, things I've never told anyone. My mother said that Daniel Cooper died before I was even born. How could he know about the time I broke my arm climbing the oak tree in my grandparents' yard, or the secret hideout I made in the attic? I had no answer for her, just as I had no answer for the elderly man in Roseville who was visited by his long-dead childhood friend, or the college student in Westfield who entertained a stranger who knew all about her semester studying abroad in Florence, or the widower in Hampton who shared whiskey with someone claiming to be his wife's first boyfriend, a man who had reportedly disappeared hiking in Colorado decades ago. Back in my car, I added Sarah's statement to the growing file. 4 cases now, 4 visitors who left no trace, 4 people left with the unsettling certainty that something had been taken from them, something they couldn't name or define. The rain continued to fall as I drove back to the station, creating halos around the streetlights. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something obvious, something right in front of me. Like Sarah and the others, I felt something had been taken, but I couldn't identify what. 3 weeks later, Sarah Winters called the station. Her voice on the phone was different, lighter, with no trace of the measured calm from that rainy night. Detective Adams, I just wanted to let you know that you don't need to worry about that incident anymore. I think I must have been confused or overly tired. There was no visitor. When I pressed her, gently reminding her of the details she had shared, the impossible knowledge her visitor had possessed, she laughed softly. I have such a vivid imagination sometimes. My mother confirmed we don't have any cousins named Daniel Cooper. I must have dreamed the whole thing. But I remembered her face that night, the absolute certainty in her eyes, the slight tremble in her voice when she spoke of what her mother had told her. One by one, the other witnesses recanted their stories too, confused, mistaken, stressed, tired. The explanations varied, but the result was the same. Cases closed, files shelved. Except I keep them in a drawer in my desk at home. 4 cases of visitors who knew too much. 4 cases where all evidence vanished. 4 people who suddenly couldn't remember what had frightened them so deeply. Sometimes on rainy evenings when I'm alone, I take out those files and read through them again. I listen to the rhythm of the rain against my windows and wonder when my doorbell might ring. I wonder what my visitor will know about me, what memories they'll reference with that gentle, knowing smile, and I wonder what I'll find missing after they leave. But most of all, I wonder if, weeks later, I'll call someone and tell them, with absolute conviction, that nothing ever happened at all. Story 7. I remember the first time I stepped into the Keller residence, a sprawling Victorian house nestled in the quiet neighborhood of Whispering Pines. The morning light filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the polished hardwood floors. My footsteps echoed softly as I moved through the hallway, notepad in hand, the familiar weight of my detective badge hanging against my chest. The new house was perfect, bright, modern, and spacious, but as she wandered the hallways, she found a door she hadn't noticed before. Inside was a room filled with old furniture and faded photographs of herself from childhood, photographs she had never taken. At least that's what Rebecca Keller told me when she called the station that Tuesday morning in October, her voice trembling slightly over the phone. Her family had only moved in 3 weeks prior, drawn to the historic charm and the promise of a fresh start after her husband's promotion. "I know how it sounds," she said when I arrived, her fingers tapping nervously against a ceramic mug of untouched coffee. "Like I'm losing my mind or making things up." The living room where we sat was tastefully decorated, modern furniture against vintage architecture, the kind of aesthetic that appears in home design magazines. Rebecca herself seemed equally put together, well-dressed, articulate, a successful architect with a reputation for attention to detail, not the type of person prone to flights of fancy or hallucinations. "Show me the room," I said quietly, watching her face carefully for any signs of deception or confusion. Rebecca led me up the curved staircase, the wooden steps creaking softly beneath our weight. The second-floor hallway stretched before us, lined with closed doors, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, she explained, pointing to each one as we passed. At the end of the hall, almost hidden in the shadows where the overhead light didn't quite reach, stood another door. "This is it," she whispered, her hand hesitating on the brass doorknob. "This door wasn't here yesterday. I've walked this hallway every day since we moved in. I would have noticed." The door opened with a low groan of hinges that needed oiling, an old sound in a recently renovated house. The scent that drifted out was distinctly different from the rest of the home, not the fresh paint and new carpet, but something older, mustier, like books left too long in a damp basement. The room beyond was perhaps 12 feet square, with a single window covered by heavy velvet curtains that allowed only the thinnest sliver of light to penetrate. Unlike the bright, airy spaces of the rest of the house, this room felt from another time altogether. A heavy oak dresser stood against one wall, its surface covered with trinkets and small picture frames. A twin bed with an iron frame was pushed against another wall, topped with a quilt that had faded to soft, indistinct colors. But it was the photographs that drew my attention, dozens of them arranged carefully on the walls. Black and white images, sepia-toned portraits, and more recent color snapshots, all featuring the same subject, Rebecca Keller from infancy through her teen years. Rebecca standing beside a Christmas tree I didn't recognize. Rebecca blowing out candles on a birthday cake, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Rebecca in a graduation cap, standing next to people who were not her parents. "These aren't my photographs," she said softly, her arms wrapped around herself as if suddenly cold. "That's me, but these moments never happened. That's not my childhood home. Those aren't my parents. I've never owned that dress, never had that haircut." I moved closer to one of the frames, careful not to touch anything. The quality of the older photographs was impressive. If they were fabrications, they were expertly done. The paper had the right aging, the right texture. The newer ones showed the subtle imperfections of consumer photography from the early 2000s, slightly off colors, minor blurring at the edges, the kind of authentic flaws that are difficult to replicate. "When did you first notice the door?" I asked, my voice sounding oddly muffled in the room, as if the very air absorbed sound differently here. "Last night I was heading to bed around 11. Michael, my husband, was already asleep. I came upstairs and there it was." Rebecca stayed in the doorway, unwilling to step fully into the room. I opened it, saw all this, and shut it immediately. I told myself I was tired, that I'd deal with it in the morning, but I barely slept. When morning came, it was still here. "And your husband?" "Out of town on business since yesterday morning. I called him, but he thinks I'm overreacting. Suggested it might be a storage room the real estate agent forgot to mention." That seemed unlikely. The room didn't feel like storage. It felt lived in, personal, as if someone had carefully curated these items. I opened the dresser drawers, finding clothing folded neatly inside, child-sized dresses and blouses, all with a vintage feel but in excellent condition. Under the bed was a collection of toys, a teddy bear missing one eye, a set of jacks, several dolls with porcelain faces. In the closet hung more clothing, all sized for a growing girl, arranged by age. Did the previous owners have children? I asked, though I already knew the answer from the case file I'd reviewed before arriving. The Mercer family, an elderly couple who had lived here for 40 years before moving to Florida for retirement. No children. No, Rebecca confirmed, and we had the house inspected thoroughly before purchasing. There was no extra room, detective. I would have noticed, Michael would have noticed, the inspectors would have noticed. I pulled out my phone to document the room, but the screen showed no signal and the camera app wouldn't open. When I stepped back into the hallway, both functions immediately returned to normal. I frowned, stepping back into the room to try again with the same result. Electronics don't seem to work in here, I noted, pulling out my small notebook instead. Old-fashioned detective work would have to do. As I jotted down descriptions of the key items in the room, I noticed a small book on the nightstand. It appeared to be a diary, bound in faded red leather with no name on the cover. I carefully opened it, the pages stiff and yellowed. The handwriting inside was childish, growing more mature as the pages progressed. The entries were dated, beginning in 1998 and continuing through 2010. All written as if by Rebecca herself, detailing a completely different childhood than the one she recalled living. I never kept a diary, Rebecca said, her voice barely audible now. And in 1998, I was living in Seattle with my parents, not in Connecticut with whoever these people are in the photographs. I closed the diary and continued my examination of the room. In the bottom drawer of the nightstand, I found a small wooden box containing newspaper clippings. Most were mundane, honor roll announcements, community event photos, but one stood out. A small obituary dated June 17, 2010. Rebecca Ann Mercer, age 16, passed away unexpectedly on June 15, 2010. Beloved daughter of Thomas and Alina Mercer. The photograph accompanying the obituary showed a girl who could have been Rebecca's twin. Same eyes, same smile, same distinctive birthmark near her left eyebrow. Mercer, I said slowly, the same last name as the previous homeowners. Rebecca took the clipping from my hands, her face paling. This is impossible. I was in college in 2010. I was alive. I am alive. I spent 3 more hours in that house, meticulously documenting everything in the room while Rebecca made phone calls to the real estate agent, to the previous owners, to her parents. No one had answers. The Mercers denied ever having had a daughter. Property records showed no mention of the additional room in any blueprint or inspection report. As the afternoon light began to fade, casting the room in deepening shadows, I finally stepped out, closing the door behind me. I'll need to consult with my colleagues on this, I told Rebecca. In the meantime, I suggest you stay elsewhere tonight. She nodded, already packing a small overnight bag. What do you think this is, detective? A hoax, some kind of elaborate prank? I considered my words carefully. In 15 years of police work, I had seen many strange things, but nothing like this. I think, I said slowly, that houses sometimes hold memories in ways we don't fully understand. When I returned the next morning with a forensic team, the door was gone. The wall was solid, unbroken, with no sign that an opening had ever existed there. Rebecca stood in the hallway, her face a mask of confusion and relief. The investigation continued for weeks. We found that the Mercers had indeed had a daughter named Rebecca, born in 1994, who had died in a car accident in 2010. They had, for reasons they refused to explain, erased her existence from their records and memories, selling the house shortly after her death. Our current Rebecca Keller, born in 1994 in Seattle to different parents altogether, had never crossed paths with the Mercer family. The only connection was the house itself, and perhaps something deeper that science couldn't explain. The room never reappeared. Rebecca and her husband sold the house 6 months later, unwilling to live with its mystery. The new owners have reported no unusual occurrences, no extra doors, no rooms filled with memories that shouldn't exist. Sometimes late at night when the station is quiet and I'm alone with the case files, I find myself returning to the photographs I took of that room, the only evidence that it ever existed. I study the face of the girl who died and the woman who lived, so identical yet leading such different lives. And I wonder about the memories that houses keep, and the thin places where two worlds might touch, just for a moment, across the boundaries of what should be possible. The door is gone now, but somewhere in some reality adjacent to our own, perhaps there's a room where another Rebecca looks at photographs of a life she never lived, our Rebecca's life, and wonders about the same impossible questions that keep me awake at night. Story 8. The leather-bound journal felt heavy in my hands as I sat at my desk, the soft glow of my desk lamp creating a small island of light in my otherwise darkened office. Rain tapped rhythmically against the window, nature's metronome keeping time with my thoughts. My fingers traced the worn edges of what appeared to be a century-old diary, recovered from the abandoned Whitmore estate just outside of town. The executor of the estate had brought it to me personally, an unusual move that piqued my professional curiosity. "I found this in a hidden compartment behind the library shelving," he had said, his voice dropping to a whisper though we were alone in my office. "Something about it just isn't right." As I carefully opened the cover, the spine creaked in protest, a sound that seemed to fill the entire room. The first page contained only a name, Eliza Whitmore, written in an elegant, flowing script that spoke of another era. I turned to the next page, dated April 18, 1892. The handwriting was the same, though slightly more hurried, as if the writer had been excited or perhaps anxious. I leaned back in my chair, taking a slow sip of now lukewarm coffee, allowing myself to sink into the responsibility of being the first to read these private thoughts in over a century. As a historical archivist specializing in unsolved mysteries, I had handled countless personal journals, but something about this one made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The first few entries were mundane, details of daily life in the Whitmore household, social engagements, weather observations. But as I continued turning the delicate pages, the entries began to shift. Eliza's writing grew more introspective, more troubled. She wrote of sleepless nights, of feeling watched, of hearing footsteps in empty hallways. "There is someone in this house who should not be here," she wrote on May 3rd. "I have seen a shadow move against the laws of light." I paused, my finger marking my place on the page. The radiator in my office clicked and hummed, pushing back against the autumn chill. Outside, the rain fell harder, drops striking my window with increased urgency. I had researched the Whitmore family extensively after being approached about cataloging their estate's contents. There had been whispers, of course, old money always attracts gossip, but nothing concrete about any disturbances or unexplained events. The entries continued, growing increasingly disturbed. Eliza wrote of objects moving, of doors opening and closing on their own. And then on May 15th, the nature of the journal changed entirely. "I found another journal today," Eliza wrote, "hidden within my own writing desk, though I am certain it was not there yesterday. The strangest thing, it appears to be my own diary, with entries I have not yet written, pages filled with thoughts I have not yet thought." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature in my office. I flipped ahead several pages, reading entries where Eliza described finding her future self documented in meticulous detail in this mysterious second journal. Her mounting fear was palpable in her increasingly erratic handwriting. June 2nd, the journal has predicted my father's sudden illness. 3 days before he collapsed at dinner, I read about it in those pages I never wrote. I am afraid to read further, yet cannot stop myself. I reached for my coffee again, found the mug empty, and set it aside. The rain had stopped, leaving behind an unsettling silence. I turned another page. June 10th, I have read to the end of the other journal. On the final page, it describes my death. A fall from the observatory tower on Midsummer's Night. My body discovered the following morning by the gardener. I have resolved to destroy this cursed object and prove its predictions false. The next entry was dated June 22nd, 2 days after the predicted death. The handwriting was different, more angular, controlled. Eliza's funeral was held today, a tragic accident they're calling it. No one suspects a thing. The journal served its purpose well. Now I begin the next chapter. I sat back, breath caught in my throat. This was no longer Eliza's diary. Someone else had taken possession of it after her death. Someone who had, perhaps, orchestrated that death. The following entries detailed how this new writer, who never identified themselves, had meticulously planned Eliza's demise, using the journal as both tool and weapon. By planting false predictions and manipulating Eliza's growing paranoia, they had effectively guided her toward her fate. The writer spoke of inheritance, of patience, of a plan years in the making. I turned to the historical record I had assembled on my laptop. Eliza Whitmore had indeed died in June 1892 from a fall from the estate's observatory tower. The official record listed it as an accident. Her cousin Richard Whitmore had inherited the estate, despite the existence of Eliza's father, who lived another decade. Richard had always claimed Eliza's father had been too grief-stricken to manage the family affairs after his daughter's death. The journal entries continued for several more months, chronicling Richard's gradual takeover of the family fortune, and then, abruptly, they stopped. The final third of the journal remained blank, save for the very last page, which contained a single line in yet another handwriting. Some patterns repeat themselves across time. I closed the journal slowly, my mind racing. What had started as a simple archiving project had uncovered a century-old murder, cleverly disguised and never suspected. I reached for my phone to call Detective Brennan, my contact at the police department who occasionally consulted me on cold cases. As I did, I noticed a small envelope that had fallen from between the journal's pages. Inside was a newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. It featured a photograph of the Whitmore estate, with the observatory tower prominent in the background. The caption read, "Historic Whitmore estate to be renovated by new owner, April 2025. Today's date. I froze, suddenly aware of how quiet my office had become. The rain had stopped completely. Not even the radiator made a sound, and somewhere just at the edge of hearing, I could detect the soft, patient sound of footsteps approaching my door. I looked down at the journal again and noticed something I had somehow missed before. On the inside back cover, in handwriting that looked disturbingly similar to my own, was a message that sent ice through my veins. Look behind you. Story 9, they were restoring the old mansion, peeling away layers of wallpaper and paint. But as they worked, they found drawings etched into the plaster. Faces, thousands of them, all watching from the walls, and one of them looked exactly like her. I still remember the first time I set foot in the Blackwood mansion. It was early October, the kind of autumn day where the air hangs perfectly still, as if the world is holding its breath. The renovation project had been hailed as a triumph for our small historical society, a chance to restore one of the county's oldest homes to its former glory. As lead investigator for historical authentication, I was there to document every original fixture, every period detail that emerged from beneath decades of modifications. The house stood 3 stories tall, its Victorian façade weathered but dignified against the backdrop of ancient oaks. Most locals avoided the property. They called it the Witch House or the Watching House, folklore that I had dismissed as small-town superstition. How naive I was then. The restoration team had already been working for 3 weeks when I arrived. The foreman, a burly man named Richard with hands like sandpaper and eyes that missed nothing, met me at the door. He didn't shake my hand. "We found something yesterday," he said quietly, his voice barely rising above the gentle creaking of the house. "4th bedroom, 2nd floor. You should see it before we continue." I followed him up the grand staircase, the wooden steps groaning beneath our weight as if reluctant to allow our passage. The hallway stretched before us, doors on either side leading to rooms partially dismantled, their walls stripped to various stages of nakedness. "This one," Richard said, stopping before a door that seemed identical to the others. He pushed it open with 2 fingers, as if minimizing his contact with the wood. The room was mostly empty. Restoration work had cleared out the furnishings. Afternoon light filtered through tall windows, casting long rectangles of gold across the floor. 3 of the walls were stripped to the lathe, but the 4th wall, the one opposite the door, remained partially intact, with sections of wallpaper removed in large swatches. "We started taking down the wallpaper yesterday," Richard explained, his voice lower now. 7 layers, the oldest dating back to around 1890, we think. "And what did you find?" I asked, though I was already beginning to see it. Richard pointed to where the plaster was exposed beneath the final layer of paper. First we thought it was water damage or mold patterns. Then we realized their faces. I stepped closer, my shoes whispering against the dusty floorboards. In the pale plaster I could see them, dozens, perhaps hundreds of crude facial features etched into the wall. Eyes, noses, mouths, some detailed and realistic, others simplified to the point of abstraction. They weren't drawn or painted on. They were carved into the wet plaster itself before it had dried decades ago. "They're all over," Richard continued. "Behind every section of wallpaper we've removed. Someone spent a lot of time doing this before they covered it up." I traced my fingers over the nearest face, a woman with wide eyes and a small, tight mouth. The grooves felt cool beneath my fingertips. "Has anyone documented these yet?" "No, we wanted your assessment first." I pulled out my camera and began photographing the wall section by section. As I worked, Richard stood by the door, never fully entering the room. Later, I would understand his reluctance. Over the next few days, we discovered that every room in the house contained these faces, thousands of them, hidden beneath layers of paper and paint. In the master bedroom, they covered the ceiling. In the parlor, they ran along the baseboards, each one unique, each one watching. Most disturbing was what we found in the attic, a small writing desk with a collection of antique plastering tools. Beside them lay a leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age. The journal belonged to Eliza Blackwood, the wife of the original owner. I spent evenings in my hotel room, poring over her entries by lamplight. Eliza's handwriting started neat and controlled in the early pages, but grew increasingly erratic. She wrote of voices that whispered from the walls at night, of dreams where faces pressed against the inside of the plaster, trying to push through. "They want to be seen," she wrote in one particularly disturbing entry. "I am merely their instrument." The Historical Society had no records of mental illness in Eliza's family, though they did note that she became increasingly reclusive in her later years. According to local newspaper archives, her husband, Jonathan Blackwood, attributed her behavior to feminine melancholy and eventually moved her to a private room on the third floor. It was during my third week at the mansion that one of the younger restoration workers, a woman named Claire, made the discovery that still haunts me. She had been working in what was once a child's nursery, removing the faded remnants of circus-themed wallpaper. "Dr. Harrison," she called to me, her voice oddly flat, "could you come look at this?" I found her standing motionless before a section of exposed wall, her scraping tool dangling loosely from her fingers. "What is it?" I asked, though part of me already knew. "This face," she said, pointing to a particularly detailed etching near the corner. It's me." I looked at the wall, then at Claire, then back again. The resemblance was undeniable, the same heart-shaped face, the same slightly asymmetrical eyes, even the small scar that bisected her right eyebrow, the result of a childhood accident she had mentioned during lunch one day. "That's not possible," I said, though the evidence was before me. Claire said nothing more. She gathered her tools and left the mansion. She didn't return the next day or any day after. I became obsessed with the faces. I photographed everyone we uncovered, created a database, cross-referenced them with historical photographs of town residents. Some resemblances were striking: the mayor from 1910, a schoolteacher from the 1940s, even Richard's grandfather, who had worked as a carpenter in the area. But it was the faces that had no historical counterparts that troubled me most, faces of people who hadn't yet been born when Eliza carved them into the plaster, faces like Claire's. Last week we reached the final room, a small study adjacent to the master bedroom. The wallpaper there was the oldest in the house, a faded damask that peeled away with surprising ease. Beneath it, covering the entire north wall, was a single face, larger and more detailed than any we had found before. The restoration team fell silent as the complete image emerged. The face had my eyes, my nose, the small cleft in my chin that I inherited from my father. But the expression, a look of wide-eyed horror, was one I had never seen in my mirror. That night I dreamed of Eliza Blackwood. She sat at her writing desk in the attic, her hands moving with preternatural speed as she carved face after face into a small plaster sample. When she turned to look at me, her eyes were white and unseeing. "I don't create them," she said, her voice like distant rustling leaves. "I only reveal what the house already knows." I woke with a start, my hotel room cold despite the warmth of early summer. On my bedside table, my phone screen lit up with a text from Richard. "Found something else. Come immediately." The sun was barely rising when I arrived at the mansion. Richard met me on the porch, his face gray with exhaustion. "We were removing the plaster in the study," he explained as he led me inside. "Standard procedure. The structural integrity was compromised by all the etching." We climbed the stairs in silence. The study door stood open, morning light streaming across the half-demolished wall where my face had been. The plaster was gone now, revealing the wooden lathe beneath. "Look between the slats," Richard said. I leaned closer, peering into the narrow gaps between the wooden strips. Something gleamed dully in the wall cavity. Richard handed me a flashlight. In the beam of light I could see them, small objects pushed into the space between the walls. A silver thimble, a child's marble, a tarnished pocket watch, and photographs, dozens of them, their edges curled and yellowed with age. Richard carefully extracted one and handed it to me. It showed a young woman in early 1900s clothing, her expression solemn as she gazed into the camera. On the back, written in faded ink, Eliza, 1903. It wasn't the photograph itself that froze the blood in my veins. It was the face, unmistakably, impossibly my own. The restoration of the Blackwood Mansion remains unfinished. The Historical Society cited budget constraints when they announced the indefinite suspension of the project last month. The official report makes no mention of the faces in the walls or the items hidden between them. Sometimes on sleepless nights I return to the mansion and stand outside looking up at its dark windows. I've never gone back inside, but I know that behind those walls, beneath layers of paper and paint hastily applied to cover our discovery, thousands of faces are watching, waiting, and one of them wears my face, not as I am now, but as I will be. I've started avoiding mirrors. I'm afraid I might see that expression looking back at me, the wide-eyed horror of someone who has finally understood what the house has always known. What I've only just begun to suspect. That some houses don't just witness history. They witness the future. Story 10, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time. The heating system emitted a low, rhythmic groan, the pipes rattling like a gentle lullaby. It was the familiar song of the building, or so she tried to convince herself. Until one night a sound pierced the silence. A voice, soft yet distinct, floated through the vents, weaving its way into her consciousness. It wasn't the typical background noise of neighbors or distant conversations. It was a whisper calling her name in the stillness of the night. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate. A chill caressed her cheek as the voice spoke again, almost teasingly. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself in the heart of the vacant apartment, a solitary figure amidst the remnants of a mysterious puzzle. Her gaze lingered on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed. The forensics team moved with purpose around her, capturing every detail with their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until the scent of decay alerted the building's management. What awaited them inside the ventilation system defied logic and sent shivers down their spines. Officer Patel recited his notes, detailing Alina's claims of voices from the vents that had been dismissed as mere echoes of an aging building. Shaw knelt by the vent, her keen eyes tracing the desperate scratch marks surrounding it. These marks were not the work of tools, but of frantic hands, clawing from within. The scene painted a haunting picture of a woman trapped in her own home, tormented by unseen forces. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions. Her sister's trembling voice revealed a tale of paranoia and fear that had gripped Alina in her final days. Shaw surveyed the apartment, noting the eerie stillness that lingered in the air. The signs were subtle, but telling: the chair positioned beneath the vent, the untouched coffee mug, the bed meticulously made as if in anticipation of a visitor. As the investigation unfolded, new revelations emerged. Fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and chilling audio recordings from Alina's phone. Alone in her car, raindrops tapping a melancholic melody on the roof, Shaw listened to the whispers that had haunted Alina, the voice beckoning her into the unknown. The history of the building revealed a dark underbelly, a tapestry of tenants who had fled in fear, haunted by the voices that echoed within the walls. Suspicion fell on Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent, whose demeanor shifted in the face of scrutiny. His calm facade cracked, revealing a hidden truth lurking beneath the surface. A hidden passage in Alina's bathroom unveiled a secret world within the walls, a realm of shadows where someone had dwelled, unseen and unheard. Shaw's team unearthed a trove of evidence in Weber's meticulously organized files, each detail a chilling testament to his obsession with those he watched. The discovery of a storage unit filled with mementos from past tenants painted a grim picture of a predator lurking in the shadows. Weber's arrest brought a sense of closure, but the echoes of his deeds lingered in the empty halls of the apartment building. Families came forward, sharing tales of loved ones who had fallen prey to Weber's twisted game. The trial cast a harsh light on the darkness that had seeped into the building's bones, exposing a malevolent force that had preyed on the unsuspecting. As Weber faced justice, his chilling words echoed in Shaw's mind, a reminder of the lingering presence that haunted the building. The whispers of the past intertwined with the present, a ghostly refrain that refused to be silenced. The once vibrant apartment building now stood as a monument to the unseen, its walls holding the secrets of those who had been lost to its depths. And so the building remained, a silent sentinel bearing witness to the echoes of a twisted legacy. The whispers persisted, carried on the frigid drafts that swept through the vents. The residents, new and unaware, tried to ignore the unsettling sounds that filled the night. The building groaned, the pipes rattled, a symphony of haunted whispers that wove through the very fabric of its being. It was nothing out of the ordinary, or so they hoped. Story 11. In the quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. The brass key, weathered with time, held a strange familiarity that unsettled the homeowner, Sarah Miller. Despite her efforts, the key did not fit any of her locks. Curiously, when she placed it on the coffee table, the broken grandfather clock in the hallway chimed a single, hollow note. Sarah reported the odd occurrence to authorities, setting off a chain of events that would unravel a sinister mystery hidden within the community. Initially dismissed as a simple mistake, the key sparked an unsettling feeling in Sarah that refused to fade. Reluctantly, the responding officer took the key as evidence, unaware of the darkness it would reveal. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, delved into the case. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet foreboding. Background checks on Sarah revealed no red flags, painting her as an innocent bystander in a sinister game she never chose to play. Forensic analysis provided no leads except for Sarah's fingerprints on the key. The key's unique pattern, when cross-referenced, led to a cold case involving a storage unit filled with horrors from the past. Blood-stained carpets, cutting tools, and photos of unidentified women painted a grim picture of a predator at large. As the investigation unfolded, Sarah's unease grew, leading her to fortify her home with new locks and security measures. The key seemed to be a dark omen, a message from a hidden malevolence that lurked in the shadows. Detective Harmon's pursuit of the truth revealed a chilling connection to a former neighbor, Harold Jenkins, a man with a sinister past. Jenkins, a quiet and unremarkable figure, had left a trail of mystery in his wake. The manhunt for him intensified as investigators uncovered a hidden room beneath a cabin floor, filled with rows of brass keys, each marking a victim's name and date. The discovery of human remains behind the cabin confirmed the worst fears, a legacy of terror meticulously hidden from the world. The community shuddered as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded, earning him the chilling moniker of the Keymaster. Despite a nationwide search, Jenkins eluded capture until a final confrontation in the wilderness ended in his demise. His journal, a twisted testament to his crimes, held a haunting message for Sarah, revealing the depths of his obsession with her. The investigation exposed 32 victims, bringing closure to families haunted by loss. Sarah, forever changed by the darkness that brushed against her life, never returned to her home, now tainted by the memory of Jenkins' malevolence. The grandfather clock's mysterious chime was revealed as a cruel voyeuristic act, a reminder of how close the predator had been watching. As researchers delved into Jenkins' writings for insights, a collection of brass keys sat in an evidence locker, a silent testament to lives cut short by a hidden evil. The case stood as a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath the facade of normalcy, urging vigilance against the monsters that walk among us. Story 12. In the attic beneath a worn blanket they discovered it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of blue that seemed to never close. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, laughed it off at first, dismissing it as just another forgotten relic of the past. But that night a strange feeling crept into their bedroom. The air grew heavy, the silence unnerving. And when dawn broke, the doll was no longer in the attic, it now sat ominously at the foot of their bed. The Victorian house they had purchased at auction had beckoned to them with its elaborate woodwork and enigmatic allure, despite whispers of a troubled history. Little did they know that they would soon be entwined in its dark narrative. Detective Rachel Winters, on a crisp autumn morning, received the call that would unravel a mystery steeped in shadows. Inside the master bedroom, a woman's lifeless form lay contorted in an unnatural pose, eyes wide with terror. Nearby in the hallway, the male victim appeared as if he had tried to flee. No signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle, only an eerie stillness, as if time itself had frozen in those final moments. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, she couldn't shake the feeling of deliberate staging. The female victim, in her eerie repose, resembled a doll plucked from a display case. The investigation unfolded with a haunting cadence, each neighbor's account adding a layer of disquiet to the narrative. Shadows seen moving behind windows, ghostly laughter echoing through empty halls, whispers of unseen forces at play. Forensic findings painted a chilling picture. Microscopic fibers, reminiscent of antique doll clothing, intertwined with the victims and the attic space. But what perplexed the experts most was the absence of any tangible presence besides the victims themselves, a ghostly handprint of a perpetrator unseen. Delving into the property's past uncovered a lineage of tragedy, prior owners meeting mysterious ends, each shrouded in enigmatic circumstances. A newspaper clipping hinted at the presence of a doll maker and his tragic daughter, their lives intertwined with the very walls of the house. Sarah and Michael's fate seemed tied to their renovations of the attic, a space pregnant with secrets long forgotten. Old photographs unearthed from hidden compartments revealed a macabre dance, the dollmaker's creations, frozen in time, one doll bearing a striking resemblance to the one that had found its way to Sarah and Michael. Infrared scans unveiled spectral handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, leaving a trail of porcelain dust and enigmatic residue in their wake. A distant relative of the doll maker whispered of dark rituals, of spirits bound to inanimate forms, of secrets buried within the very fabric of the dolls themselves. But as the investigation hit a standstill, the truth remained elusive, slipping through the cracks of conventional understanding. The doll, kept under lock and key, vanished without a trace, leaving Detective Winters disoriented and the case unsolved. The house changed hands once more, its dark history seeping into the very foundation. The new owners, wary of the attic's secrets, found it empty save for a solitary blanket, a silent witness to the mysteries that lingered. Detective Winters, in her twilight years, carried with her a photograph, a glimpse into a world where reality blurred with the ethereal. Locked away, a reminder of the enigma that had slipped through her grasp, a tale whispered in shadows and half-truths. And as the house stood silent, a sentinel of forgotten whispers, on nights veiled in quiet, a faint laughter would drift on the breeze, a reminder of a past that refused to be laid to rest. Story 13. The apartment lay silent and empty for months, a forgotten space awaiting new life. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were modest, perhaps a layer of dust, a hint of the past lingering in the corners. Yet as they explored their new abode, one door stood stubbornly closed, resisting all attempts to reveal its secrets. It was a closet, its contents shrouded in mystery, locked from within. With a sense of trepidation, the landlord intervened, finally coercing the door to yield to his will. Anticipation hung heavy in the air as they braced themselves for what lay beyond. But what they discovered within those walls was not what they had anticipated. Instead of forgotten belongings or discarded items, they were met with a sight that sent shivers down their spines. The walls of the closet bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, jagged scratches that spoke of desperation and confinement. And nestled in the corner, like a silent sentinel of the past, lay an old flip phone, its screen still aglow with a single, unread message, a message that whispered of secrets long buried. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the macabre, felt a chill run down her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It was not the presence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea of those scratch marks a testament to someone's struggle for freedom in the confines of that small, dark space. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured every detail with his camera. "And gather the records of the previous tenants. There is more to this than meets the eye." The message on the phone, simple yet ominous, "I know what you did," haunted their thoughts, a cryptic clue to a puzzle they had yet to unravel. The landlord, a man of nervous disposition and furtive glances, shared what little he knew of the previous tenant, a young woman, quiet and unassuming, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent and a lingering sense of unease. As forensics delved deeper into the shadows of the closet, a grim truth began to emerge. Blood samples, embedded in the scratches on the walls, told a tale of struggle and suffering. Most belonged to a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a young woman whose disappearance had raised no alarms until now. But there were two other DNA samples, one unidentified and the other belonging to a man long believed to be dead. Shaw's mind raced as she pieced together the fragments of Emma's life from the remnants of her apartment. Unanswered calls, a neglected coffee mug, and a bed neatly made a snapshot frozen in time, hinting at a life abruptly interrupted. Phone records revealed a mysterious caller, a new boyfriend shrouded in secrecy and intensity, a shadow lurking in the periphery of Emma's existence. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place as surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure entering Emma's building, his face obscured by the brim of a baseball cap. And when partial fingerprints belonging to the supposedly deceased Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's doorknob, the web of deceit began to unravel. "He faked his death," Shaw concluded, her voice tinged with a mix of disbelief and grim determination. "But why, and what ties him to Emma and the others?" A trail of breadcrumbs led them to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, whose disappearance had faded into obscurity until now. Shaw followed the thread of evidence, connecting the dots between Emma, Derek Mercer, and the dark secrets that bound them together in a tangled web of deceit and manipulation. The investigation took a dark turn as they unearthed a remote property owned by Mercer's family, a place of shadows and whispered horrors. Behind the heavy doors of the basement, they found Lynette Porter alive but broken, a mirror image of Emma, held captive in a prison of fear and darkness. "He made me watch," Lynette whispered, her voice hollow with trauma. "He made me see what happens to those who try to escape his grasp." The pieces of the puzzle fell into place with chilling clarity journals filled with Mercer's twisted fantasies, photographs of his victims, and video recordings of his depraved acts. He was not just a killer, he was a tormentor, a puppet master pulling the strings of his victims' lives with cruel precision. As the manhunt for Derek Mercer intensified, Shaw and her team raced against time to bring him to justice. The forensic psychologists painted a portrait of a man consumed by darkness, a predator lurking in the shadows, his mind a labyrinth of twisted desires and malevolent intent. When they finally apprehended Mercer at a bus terminal, his calm demeanor belied the horrors he had inflicted. In his possession, they found tools of his trade, a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a chilling reminder of his past crimes. During interrogation, Mercer's words dripped with malice and self-assured arrogance. He reveled in the chaos he had sown, the lives he had shattered with a single act of cruelty. But justice, relentless and unforgiving, was closing in on him, a shadow that he could not escape. The trial laid bare the extent of Mercer's depravity, his elaborate ruse to evade capture and continue his reign of terror. Emma's body was never found, her fate sealed within the confines of that closet, a silent witness to the horrors she had endured. The jury's verdict was swift and decisive, guilty on all counts, a sentence of life without parole for the crimes he had committed. And as the gavel fell, Mercer's smile faltered, a crack in the facade of his twisted existence. In a moment of catharsis, Lynette Porter stood before the court, her voice strong and unwavering. "He may have locked us in darkness," she declared, "but we will stand in the light, free from his grasp." The case reverberated through the department, a cautionary tale of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. Detective Shaw kept the closet door from Emma's apartment as a grim reminder, a touchstone of the horrors that could unfold behind closed doors in the shadows where evil thrived. And as the story faded into memory, a sense of closure settled over the apartment, a place of secrets and shadows now bathed in the light of truth and justice. The echoes of the past lingered in the air, a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable darkness. Story 14. The town kept silent about the house standing at the edge of the woods. It loomed alone, its windows dark, its porch weighed down by time. No one laid claim to it, no one could recall its builder. But when a group of hikers strayed too near, they beheld an odd sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like omens. At the end of the list, fresh and untouched, was a name unfamiliar to all, until a whisper broke the silence, "That's mine." A call came in under the cloak of night. Dispatch logged it as a routine trespassing report. The voice belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who found his name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated mere mischief, perhaps a prank among friends, yet what awaited them defied explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness swallowed the forest. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the worn front of the structure. The names, 27 in total, stretched down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, blending into the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if freshly carved. And at the end, Mason Wright, the mark still bearing traces of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming clouds in the chilly air. "I can't fathom how my name got here." The investigation commenced with checks on each listed name. The findings sent shivers through the detective team. Every name belonged to a person reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active, but all shared a chilling commonality: the individuals vanished while hiking alone. Forensic analysts documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, linked to a missing persons case from 37 years back. The records spoke of a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller delved into Mason's background extensively. His narrative held steady. He had no ties to the area beyond that hiking trip with 4 college friends. They selected the trail at random, based on an online suggestion. Nothing in his past connected him to the other names on the wall. The focus shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented images taken during their hike. Upon scrutiny, analysts noticed a disconcerting detail: a blurry figure lurking in the background of 3 photos. A tall, slender shape, always partly obscured by trees. "We never encountered anyone else on the trail," Emily affirmed. "We'd have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house's interior. Dust coated every surface, furniture lay in disarray. Yet in the basement, a disturbing scene unfolded. Belongings of the missing hikers sat neatly arranged on shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each tagged with a name from the outside wall. Technicians meticulously cataloged every item. Beneath ultraviolet light, aged bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, efforts to erase the evidence. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no buried bodies under the house, yet cadaver dogs signaled at the densest part of the forest behind the property. As the probe intensified, Detective Keller observed peculiar behavior from Mason Wright. He reported eerie incidents, whispers outside his home, footprints leading to his door but not away, figures watching from afar. The department assigned an officer for his protection, but Mason's paranoia escalated. A breakthrough surfaced when researchers unearthed land records from county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors seldom glimpsed him, recounting brief encounters with an unnaturally tall, gaunt man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished 15 years prior, his disappearance never officially probed. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the surrounding forest. The search party stumbled upon primitive hunting blinds strategically positioned along popular trails. Inside one, they discovered a journal brimming with meticulous observations, details of hikers, their routes, gear, and behaviors. The handwriting matched samples from Blackwood's scant documents. The journal entries grew increasingly unsettling. Early pages spoke of hunting animals, while later ones portrayed humans as quarry their routines, vulnerabilities, and methods for collection. The final entries outlined stalking each victim on the wall with elaborate accounts of target selection. A manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical teams combed every crevice, yet the suspect remained elusive. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Officers sent to his residence found it deserted. On his bedroom wall, a fresh carving read, "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason dragged on fruitlessly. Then, during a second sweep of Blackwood's house, technicians unearthed a chilling secret. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement, a workshop held woodworking tools, wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name not yet affixed to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name immediately. It belonged to the head forensic technician who had processed the house initially. The technician had called in sick that morning, unreachable by phone. Authorities established a vigilant perimeter around the house. Cameras monitored every approach. Motion sensors stood guard. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors alerted. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, tall, slender, moving with eerie fluidity. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras blinked out briefly. When they flickered back on, the figure had vanished. Today, the house remains under constant watch. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The inquiry persists, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings are reported in neighboring wooded areas. The names on the wall have become a legend among law enforcement. Some officers dare not speak them aloud, others shy away from the case altogether, and local hikers skirt the house, fearing that mentioning it could add their names to that dreadful list of names unspoken. Story 15. The dwelling had sat deserted for an age, a ghostly presence among the neighboring homes. Whispers carried on the wind spoke of a vanished young woman, leaving the house untouched by life since her mysterious departure. Yet when the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a locked bedroom, a mystery within a mystery. With effort, they breached the barrier, unveiling a room cloaked in stagnation, the air thick with the weight of neglect. But there was an unsettling anomaly lurking in the stillness. The bed lay pristine, the mirror gleamed unblemished. A lone candle stood as a silent witness, its essence reduced to a mere memory, its wax a frozen cascade of tears. Amidst this eerie tableau, a notebook beckoned from the desk, its pages whispering a tale of the past. Detective Morgan delved into its secrets, while forensic experts combed the room for elusive traces. The script within belonged to Elise Winters, a name entwined with the shadows of a disappearance that echoed through time. Her script flowed with a precision that belied the turmoil of her final entry. The ink pressed deeply, a silent scream etched into the blankness beyond. "I know he's watching tonight," her words declared. "The ominous car circles, my pleas for aid ignored. If fate should strike, know it was no chance occurrence." The notebook closed, a damning artifact secured within an evidence veil. Lingering in the air, a blend of dust and a faint, elusive scent, a chemical whisper of secrets long concealed. The landlord lingered at the threshold, a pallor upon his features, murmuring of thorough searches before the house was relinquished to new hands. Elise, once a diligent paralegal at a prestigious firm, had unraveled a web of deceit before her vanishing act. Her diligence had veered into obsession, her discoveries a threat to those who dwelled in the shadows of power. The detective's gaze lingered on Elise's image, a woman of methodical grace, her disappearance a dissonant note in her meticulously ordered existence. The bedroom divulged scant clues, a frozen moment devoid of chaos or bloodshed, a cryptic pause in the tapestry of time. The candle stood silent vigil, a relic of forgotten flames upon the warped desk. Forensic revelations unveiled a realm of intrigue, missing prints, wiped surfaces hinting at erasure of a clandestine presence. A concealed nook yielded a trove, a flash drive, a key, a path to hidden truths. The documents within painted a damning picture, a canvas of deceit and betrayal in the guise of corporate machinations. Pharmaceutical malfeasance, a tapestry of lies woven with Elise's meticulous hand, unfurled before the eyes of justice. The truth, a poisoned chalice, threatened to shatter the facades of power and privilege. Harriman, the puppeteer of deception, stood revealed in the harsh light of evidence, his empire crumbling beneath the weight of truth. A hidden passage, a clandestine conduit to darkness, emerged from the shadows, a path long concealed, but now laid bare by the relentless pursuit of truth. Harriman's downfall, a symphony of justice echoing through the silent corridors of power, served as a testament to Elise's unwavering pursuit of righteousness. The room, a silent witness to a tragedy untold, stood as a shrine to a life extinguished too soon. The tenants who dared to tread its haunted halls were met with whispers of justice, of a spirit unbound by the chains of time. Elise's legacy, a beacon of truth in a world shrouded in deceit, haunted the vacant abode, a testament to the indomitable spirit that refused to be silenced. And so the house remained a relic of the past, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets of those who crossed its threshold. The light in the upstairs window flickered with unseen hands, a spectral reminder of a soul who fought against the darkness and prevailed in the end. The echoes of Elise's courage reverberated through the empty rooms, a lullaby of justice for those who dared to listen. Story 16, in the depths of the attic, buried beneath layers of forgotten belongings, rested an old box. Decades of dust and disuse had shrouded it in mystery, a relic of the house's previous inhabitants. Among the remnants of time were faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and togetherness. Birthdays, family gatherings, images of a bygone era. Yet one photo stood out from the rest. It depicted her living room, the familiar furniture, the same curtains drawn. But the family portrayed in the picture was not hers. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a figure stood, a man, his presence unsettling. Rebecca felt a shiver trace its way up her spine as she gazed at the photograph. Her fingers quivered, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the frame, a woman with golden locks, a man with thick-rimmed glasses, and two children smiled blissfully, unaware of the ominous figure lingering behind them. Frozen in a moment of happiness, oblivious to the looming danger mere feet away. Descending the creaking wooden steps, Rebecca carried the photo to the kitchen, where harsh fluorescent light illuminated its unsettling familiarity. The archway, the crown molding, the bay window all mirrored her own home. Yet these faces were strangers, their presence a haunting enigma. A weathered leather jacket-clad Detective Morgan arrived, his gaze keen, missing nothing. With methodical precision, he examined the photograph, his gloved finger tracing its edges before turning it over to reveal a blank back. "What do you know of the Nelsons, the family who sold you this house?" His voice rumbled low. Rebecca confessed, "Almost nothing. They had already left the state when I bought the house." Nodding, Morgan's features remained inscrutable. "May I take this? Our team might uncover the identity of the family in this photo." The investigation commenced quietly, unraveling the history of the house's former occupants. The Nelsons had acquired the property from the Crawfords, who had abruptly departed. Prior to them, the Mornos had resided there for years. Detective Morgan delved into property records, interviewed neighbors, constructing a timeline of residents. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A former mail carrier identified the family in the photo as the Sutherlands. They vanished without a trace, he confirmed. Mail piled up, no sign of relocation. 4 individuals vanished, no trace of their whereabouts, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid 15 years prior. Minute details in the photo hinted at a staged setup, the stillness of the subjects, the suspended dust particles. This was taken deliberately, the technician elucidated. Someone orchestrated this scene. But if the Sutherlands were behind the camera, who was the eerie figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more about the shadowy presence, a tall, male figure cloaked in darkness. His posture exuded a sense of belonging, of entitlement to that space. Detective Morgan uncovered a chilling pattern. Families preceding the Sutherlands had vanished after precisely 1 year of residence. 5 families, 5 years, a haunting repetition. The investigation delved into the house's past, unearthing records of its construction by a reputable architect, marred by the disappearance of the project manager. Samuel Whitfield, his replacement, assumed control, completing the project. A single photograph of Whitfield surfaced in police archives, his features eerily resembling the figure in the Polaroid. Beneath the house, the basement harbored secrets. Anomalies detected beneath the concrete led to a grim discovery. Beneath layers of soil and concrete, the missing families lay preserved, untouched by time. Among their belongings, the same camera that had captured the chilling photograph, and countless more snapshots, each depicting a different family, unaware of the lurking presence. The house became a crime scene, sealed off from the world. Rebecca's home transformed into a place she would never return to. As investigators combed through evidence, a hidden crawlspace in the attic unveiled a chilling truth. A cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the house's occupants. The final entry, dated just days prior, sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline. Under police protection, Rebecca relocated to a hotel. In the dead of night, a phone call pierced the silence, a breathy voice on the line, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera. The investigation continued, the house standing as a dark enigma, its secrets shrouded in obscurity. The elusive Samuel Whitfield remained a mystery, his whereabouts unknown. Some believed he perished long ago, while others speculated he had merely shifted to a new identity, a new location. And somewhere in the shadows, new photographs developed new families, new homes, new watchers. The truth seekers found themselves under scrutiny, watched by unseen eyes. Story 17. In the heart of the town, an old library stood, its fate sealed for demolition. The workers toiled tirelessly, almost finished with the task at hand when a stroke of fate intervened. A worker, his hand grazing the dusty bookshelf, stumbled upon a hidden latch unbeknownst to all. With a soft click, the bookshelf swung open, revealing a passage veiled in darkness, beckoning with a mysterious allure. The air within was heavy, as though time itself had stood still within those walls, untouched for decades. There was no grandeur, no opulence, just a solitary chair, its frame bolted firmly to the weathered floor, and etched into the walls a haunting message repeated over and over, "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing unease creeping in, quickly radioed for the police. What transpired as a routine demolition swiftly morphed into a tale of shadows and secrets. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned officer with 2 decades of experience, entered the hidden room, his flashlight casting dancing shadows in the dimness. The walls whispered a silent plea, their message a cryptic puzzle waiting to be deciphered. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space. "Let no one disturb a single thing until forensics arrive." The history of the library wove a tapestry of intrigue. Once owned by the prominent Harrington family, the building had been gifted to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing during her college years had left a void, her absence a gaping wound in the family's heart. Despite exhaustive searches and interviews, all that remained were unanswered questions and shattered hopes. The prevailing belief was that she had fled, seeking solace in the unknown, yet her family clung to a darker truth, a truth they could not voice. As forensic experts combed through the hidden chamber, a chilling revelation unfolded. Traces of hair and fibers clung to the ancient chair, while the walls bore the scars of a silent torment, blood and skin cells speaking of a struggle long forgotten. The chair itself, with its weathered leather straps and bolt holes, whispered of captivity, of a soul trapped in a cruel embrace. Detective Walsh delved deeper into the past, a nagging suspicion tugging at his mind. The timing of the library's donation, just weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, struck a dissonant chord. Further inquiries unearthed a disturbing connection. The very bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor loyal to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records hinted at a tale of clandestine dealings, payments made in shadows far from prying eyes. Former staff members of the library shared their shock at the revelation, their memories clouded by the passage of time. One elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's peculiar insistence on preserving that section untouched, his solitude veiled in mystery. "Maxwell cherished that part of the building," she murmured, her voice laden with a sense of foreboding. "He guarded it zealously, a silent sentinel in the night." The tendrils of the investigation tightened as DNA evidence intertwined with the past. The biological remnants found in the hidden room mirrored those of Rebecca, her essence trapped in a prison of dust and shadows. The truth emerged, stark and unforgiving. Rebecca had not fled. She had been ensnared within her own family's embrace, a pawn in a twisted game of power and deceit. With a warrant in hand, detectives descended upon the Harrington estate, their footsteps echoing in the hallowed halls. In Maxwell's study, a journal lay hidden, its pages a testament to a mind consumed by obsession. The final entry, a macabre confession, spoke of fear and desperation, of a life shattered by a single act of defiance. Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's resolve crumbled, his mask of indifference slipping away. "She knew too much," he confessed, his voice hollow and devoid of emotion. "Rebecca had uncovered my sins, my transgressions against our name. I couldn't let her ruin everything we had built." A tale of horror unfurled as Maxwell's words painted a grisly picture. Rebecca's fate had been sealed the moment she entered the library, her trust betrayed by a man she once called family. In a moment of panic and madness, Maxwell had silenced her cries, entombing her beneath the cold earth, her voice forever silenced by shadows. The truth, once buried, now rose to the surface, unyielding in its demand for justice. Ground-penetrating radar pierced the earth, revealing the remnants of a life cut short, a soul denied its rightful place in the world. Rebecca's skeletal form emerged from the depths, a silent witness to a crime long shrouded in darkness. In a courtroom heavy with sorrow, Maxwell faced his reckoning, his eyes devoid of remorse as the gavel fell. Justice, though delayed, had found its mark, a beacon of hope in a sea of despair. The Harrington family, torn asunder by secrets and lies, clung to the remnants of their shattered past, their grief a palpable presence in the room. The old library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life lost and a truth uncovered. Flowers adorned its entrance, a silent tribute to a soul that had lingered in the shadows for far too long. And etched into the walls, a message of defiance and remembrance: I am still here, a whispered promise that justice, in its own time, would prevail. Story 18. In the quiet of the morning, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box whispering secrets in the early light. It wasn't meant for her, the name on it wasn't hers. She hesitated, should have left it untouched, let it linger where it landed. But curiosity, that relentless siren, beckoned her closer. With gentle hands, she peeled back the tape, anticipating mundane treasures within. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, a relic of forgotten times, accompanied by a single note bearing a simple command: watch alone. Sarah found herself holding the black cassette, its weight a burden of the unknown. The plastic felt different, heavier, as if carrying the weight of untold stories. Her fingers danced along its edges, tracing the journey it had taken before reaching her. The note, penned with urgency, revealed little yet hinted at much, a tale waiting to be unraveled. Beyond her doorstep, the world carried on its usual rhythm, unaware of the enigma that had just crossed its threshold. Bringing the package inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, a silent invitation to secrets untold. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her, a ghost from a past she had never encountered. The tape whispered of mysteries, of shadows dancing behind closed doors. Against her better judgment, she slid the tape into her old VCR, the static crackling like a lullaby. A dark room flickered to life on the screen, illuminated by a solitary lamp casting long shadows. The camera's angle hinted at haste, at secrets meant to be concealed. A man emerged from the shadows, his weary face etched with the weight of unseen burdens. My name is Daniel Whitaker. His voice, a soft murmur, filled the room. If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too. As the tale unfolded, Sarah was drawn into a web of deception and desperation. Whitaker's words painted a picture of innocence tainted by circumstance, of a life upended by a tragedy he claimed no part in. The room around him spoke of transience, of a man on the edge of existence, ready to vanish into the night. Detective Eliza Ramirez, tasked with unraveling the threads of a murder case long thought closed, found herself entangled in a web of deceit woven by unseen hands. The appearance of mysterious tapes, each bearing Whitaker's plea for truth, cast doubt on a case she thought she had solved. The whispers of conspiracy grew louder, echoing in the corridors of power. As Ramirez delved deeper, she uncovered a world of shadows and half-truths. Catherine Walsh, the victim, held secrets that PharmaCorp, a titan of industry, would kill to protect. The whistleblower's voice silenced, her truth buried beneath layers of deceit. The tapes became a lifeline, guiding Ramirez through a maze of lies toward a truth too dangerous to ignore. Sarah Miller, unwittingly thrust into a world of intrigue, received a second package, a trove of evidence pointing to a conspiracy larger than life. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing a sinister plot orchestrated by those meant to uphold justice. With each revelation, the shadows grew longer, the truth more elusive. In a quiet storage unit, justice found its voice. Daniel Whitaker's journal, Catherine's evidence, the damning plans of those who sought to silence them, all laid bare in the harsh light of truth. The walls of deceit crumbled, exposing the rot at the core of power. Justice, a slow-moving tide, washed over the guilty, leaving them exposed to the light of day. As Sarah and Whitaker stood in the aftermath, the weight of their shared journey hung heavy in the air. The wrong address, a twist of fate, had led them down a path neither could have foreseen. In the stillness of that moment, they found solace in the fragile bond forged by truth and deception. The VHS tapes, silent witnesses to a tale of betrayal and redemption, stood as a testament to the power of a single choice, a single act of courage. In the quiet of the night, as the world slumbered, the truth whispered its secrets, waiting for those brave enough to listen. Story 19. She wiped the steam off the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Yet a sense of unease crept over her. Her appearance seemed normal, her surroundings unchanged. But a flicker caught her eye, a movement not her own. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, watching. This was the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's perplexing journey. Living in solitude in a modest suburban apartment, Rebecca was known for her reserved nature and meticulous routines. A data analyst by profession, her life revolved around order and precision, far from the chaos that would soon engulf her existence. Initially, subtle disturbances surfaced. Objects in her home shifted inexplicably, a mug relocated, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. She brushed off these anomalies as fatigue-induced lapses, attributing them to her demanding job that often blurred the lines between reality and exhaustion. It wasn't until weeks of these occurrences piled up that Rebecca reached out to Detective Marion Shaw, seeking answers to the unsettling disruptions. At first glance, the incident seemed trivial to the authorities. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a sense of wrongness in her own space. However, the turning point came with the eerie bathroom mirror incident. Rebecca recounted with vivid detail how her reflection seemed to move independently, casting an ominous shadow over her solitude. Armed with security footage showing a doppelganger entering her home while she was elsewhere, the investigation took a chilling turn. Forensic scrutiny confirmed the imposter's uncanny resemblance to Rebecca, raising questions of meticulous study and mimicry. As the anomalies escalated from missing food to mysterious selfies on her phone, Rebecca's reality spiraled into a nightmare of identity theft. The revelation of a former colleague's obsession with her unveiled a disturbing truth, a meticulously crafted plan to assume Rebecca's identity entirely. Lily's fixation on Rebecca manifested in a shrine-like replica of her life, complete with detailed observations and mimicry attempts. The depth of Lily's delusion unfolded in journals hinting at a twisted desire for dominance. Despite a frantic search, Lily eluded capture, leaving behind a chilling message of impending transformation. The case took a sinister twist as Rebecca's safe haven was breached, her identity usurped by Lily's audacious infiltration. The hunt for Lily Winters continues, while Rebecca, now living under a new guise, guards her newfound identity with vigilance. Detective Shaw's desk holds a haunting reminder of the two women's intertwined fates, a testament to the fragile nature of identity and the length some would go to claim it. In the quiet moments, Shaw contemplates the mirror image of the women, searching for the subtle nuances that set them apart. The lesson of this harrowing tale echoes through her words to her colleagues, a cautionary tale of the value of one's essence, a reminder that sometimes our true selves are only revealed in moments of peril. Story 20. The Unseen Observer. She never enjoyed venturing into the attic, but necessity led her there when a storm caused a leak in the roof. The attic, shrouded in layers of dust and cobwebs, harbored forgotten relics from a bygone era. Amidst the darkness, nestled in the farthest corner, stood an ancient dollhouse. Its intricate details were unsettling, with miniature furniture meticulously arranged within. Yet, as she gazed inside, a knot tightened in her stomach. The figures within were not dolls, but tiny, hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each figure mirrored the exact position of its real-life counterpart, except for one glaring anomaly: her own figure, meant to be seated, was instead standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the imprint where her miniature likeness stood. A chill ran down her spine, independent of the cold draft whispering through the attic. This dollhouse had no place in her life. It belonged to the rental property her family had recently moved into. Disturbed by the eerie discovery, Rebecca contacted the authorities in a state of panic. Law enforcement officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family paralyzed with fear, refusing to return upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their distress as a prank or a figment of their imagination in adjusting to a new environment. However, the meticulous craftsmanship of the miniature figurines caught her attention. Each tiny replica bore a striking resemblance to a family member, capturing their unique features with uncanny accuracy. Forensic analysis revealed fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any of the family members. Even more unsettling were microscopic cameras embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Reviewing the Morgan family's movements uncovered a disturbing revelation. The figures in the dollhouse mirrored not just their current positions, but also past locations, indicating a prolonged period of surveillance. Detective Harmon realized this was not a mere case of stalking, but a manifestation of obsessive behavior rarely encountered in criminal investigations. The breakthrough came with the discovery of a hidden basement entrance behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found evidence of someone living beneath the family for weeks, despite no signs of forced entry. Property records unveiled that the house had been vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' arrival, previously owned by an elderly couple who had passed away. Interviews with neighbors provided minimal insight, except for sporadic sightings of lights in the vacant property. Digital forensics traced the surveillance data to an apartment across town, belonging to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners. Wells' apartment revealed a shrine to the Morgan family and other former occupants, with detailed journals documenting their daily routines. A workshop containing numerous unfinished dollhouses represented various homes in the vicinity, exposing Wells' elaborate scheme of control and surveillance. During interrogation, Wells chillingly justified his actions as a means to assert dominance and vigilance over the properties and their occupants. Psychological evaluation painted a portrait of possessive delusion, rooted in Wells' inability to cope with the loss of his childhood home. The dollhouses became a conduit for him to exercise authority and possession over the houses and their inhabitants. The Morgans opted never to return to the house, haunted by the realization that they had been unwitting subjects in Wells' twisted game of observation and manipulation. Wells faced multiple charges for his intrusive acts, prompting a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws and tenant safety measures. The judge, acknowledging the profound violation endured by the Morgan family, condemned Wells for breaching their privacy and sense of security. The case highlighted the potential dangers lurking within seemingly ordinary dwellings, underscoring the importance of vigilance and transparency in real estate transactions. Rebecca Morgan and her family relocated far from the shadows of their past, yet the specter of unseen eyes lingered in their minds. The memories of the dollhouse and its miniature inhabitants haunted Rebecca, prompting her to rid their new abode of any remnants of surveillance. She remained vigilant, aware that the echoes of her past ordeal might resurface unexpectedly. As she reflected on her harrowing experience, she pondered the chilling possibility that somewhere, a miniature version of herself might still be manipulated by an unseen observer in a dollhouse yet to be uncovered. Story 21. The Polaroid lay still, a relic from a distant era, capturing a birthday celebration lost to memory. Smiles frozen in time, candles casting dancing shadows, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. Yet when the daughter inherited the box of aged photographs, her eyes fell upon it, a presence lurking in the background just beyond the group's jovial circle. A man, partly shrouded in darkness, lingering at the edge of the candlelight's embrace. He did not belong to the family frame, his existence a mystery to all, and yet in each photo he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sifting through her late mother's attic, a box simply labeled Memories, safeguarding a trove of bygone moments captured on film. What should have evoked nostalgia and warmth instead unfurled a chilling enigma. The initial photo barely hinted at his existence, a mere silhouette on the periphery during her 7th birthday festivity. The shadowy figure loomed by the glass door, features masked, an unseen observer. In the subsequent snapshot, he had crossed the threshold. By the third, he stood close behind her uncle, unnoticed by all in the frames. With a trembling voice, Sarah phoned her father, unveiling the enigma that haunted the photographs. "Dad, who is this man lingering in the background of every picture?" Silence lingered before a sharp inhale broke the stillness. What man? No one should be there aside from family. Digital copies of the Polaroids were swiftly dispatched to her father, prompting an urgent call. That's impossible. A stranger would not have gone unnoticed. Detective Marcus Reed sat across from Sarah as she arranged the photos upon his desk, a symphony of raindrops orchestrating a calming rhythm outside, casting fluid shadows across the room. The detective's seasoned hands navigated the images methodically, his gaze sharpening. "No one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his voice a blend of neutrality and intrigue. "No one," Sarah affirmed. As the photos lined up in sequence, a pattern emerged, unraveling before their eyes. The figure traversed the photos purposefully, drawing closer to the children with each frame. In the final picture, he loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful self, a pale hand outstretched towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame's edge. "The photographer," Reed postulated, skepticism tainting his tone. "My mother was behind the camera for all of these. She set the timer and joined the picture. Copies were made, a case file opened. Interviews with surviving attendees yielded no recognition of the mysterious man. No hired help, no unexpected guests. The secluded property had been chosen for its isolation. Facial recognition software proved futile, the figure eternally concealed, a master of avoidance." The investigation seemed at a standstill until Sarah unearthed more photos from different family gatherings and years. The enigmatic figure persisted, a recurring specter in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A digital specialist delved into the images, unveiling hidden details beneath layers of age. A scar, a ring, a reflection hinting at obscured features now brought to light. A breakthrough emerged from dental records, linking the figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a dark history of vanished children. Keller's ties to the rental property where Sarah's birthday had unfolded unveiled a sinister connection to decades-old disappearances. Keys to multiple properties, vanished children, cold cases reborn. Items unearthed from beneath Keller's former residence painted a grim picture, connecting him to the missing children. As the pieces fell into place, a chilling reality emerged from the shadows. Alone in her apartment, Sarah gazed at the final birthday photo, the warmth of the candlelight juxtaposed against the chilling presence behind her younger self. The figure, ever watchful, calculating, unseen by all in that moment of bliss. The revelation tied together threads of unsolved mysteries, offering closure tainted by tragedy. Families found answers, though they were not the ones longed for. The shadow within the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his concealed malevolence finally unmasked. Sarah tenderly returned the photos to their box, now transformed into evidence of hidden terrors lurking within captured memories. A reminder that sometimes the most perilous threats are those that slip by unseen, weaving through celebrations unnoticed, leaving naught but a faint imprint on frozen moments of time. Story 22. The aged envelope, its corners tinged with yellowing, bore a fresh stamp as if its journey had just begun. With a cautious hand, the detective unfolded it. Inside lay a solitary sheet of paper, its message hastily typed in an uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt damp, a faint scent of iron lingering. It was then that they noticed the reddish streak along the bottom, a chilling revelation. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved touch deliberate. The forensics team confirmed her suspicion. The crimson stain was human blood, a match to DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had long plagued their department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been found in her apartment, a victim of multiple stab wounds. Her laptop missing, her notes scattered, a crime seemingly tied to a story left unfinished. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had remained cold until this letter arrived at the precinct, simply addressed to Homicide Division. Sparse fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a cautious sender, one who wore gloves. The postmark, a rare light in months, guided the team's next steps. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the letter at the heart of their investigation board. "This changes everything," she declared softly. "Our perpetrator shows remorse." Detective James Chen, Morgan's steadfast partner, pondered, "Or perhaps they wish us to believe so. The blood may be a cruel facade, a taunt." Tracing the typewriter's unique patterns led them to an antique model long out of production. Uncommon but not unattainable, the hunt extended to antique shops, collectors, a web of potential leads. As they delved deeper into Rebecca's life, her dedication to exposing corruption stood out. Her latest assignment, a probe into a wealthy family entangled in local politics, hinted at motives for her demise. Her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once distraught and alibi-clad, now exhibited subtle shifts in demeanor, betraying unease. With the arrival of a second letter, identical in typewritten message and bloodstain, the plot thickened. She delved too deep into the family's secrets, the inheritance, the patriarch's demise. "I never intended for it to escalate." The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, held court. Vintage typewriters among his antiques raised suspicions. As queries probed deeper, a breakthrough emerged. Microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked to custom stationery owned solely by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. A search of Richard's abode unearthed a trove. Clippings of Rebecca, surveillance captures, and a vintage typewriter mirroring those used for the letters. Blood analysis clinched the connection to Rebecca. Unexpectedly, financial records unraveled a tie between Richard and Michael, payments exchanged prior to the murder. Confronted, Michael confessed to divulging Rebecca's findings to Richard, unaware of the impending tragedy. Eleanor's revelation, a clandestine recording, captured Richard and Michael's sinister plot. Richard's chilling words echoed, "She must be silenced for good." Attempting escape, Richard was apprehended. The trial unfolded, with Richard futilely proclaiming innocence, shifting blame to Michael. Yet the evidence spoke louder. In the courtroom's hush, as Richard faced his fate, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, a silent solidarity shared. Though no verdict could mend their loss, closure loomed with Richard's conviction. The blood-soaked letters, poignant in evidence storage, stood as a testament. Even the most meticulous schemes leave traces, and the burden of remorse, genuine or feigned, can unravel even the shrewdest killers. Rebecca Warren's case etched itself as a lesson in detective lore, a reminder that sometimes the key to unraveling a mystery lies not in high-tech wizardry, but in the whisper of an old typewriter and the weight of guilt in a killer's heart. Story 23. The quaint coffee shop had become a sanctuary for him over the years, his haven of routine in a world of chaos. Each day he would settle at the same table, order the same black coffee with no sugar, and envelop himself in a cloak of quiet solitude. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all who frequented the shop. Then, one fateful day, he failed to make his usual appearance. When the police delved into the mystery of his disappearance, they stumbled upon a peculiar clue left behind in his wake: a wallet. Within the wallet lay a driver's license bearing a photo of the man, yet where his name and address should have been, there was only an empty void, a void that whispered of secrets untold. Detective Sarah Mercer found herself drawn into the enigma as she pored over the security footage, capturing the last known moments of the enigmatic figure now dubbed John Doe in their files. The footage revealed a man of unassuming appearance, average in height, nondescript in features, clad in a navy coat and toting a weathered leather bag. Nothing about him screamed of peculiarity, which made his inexplicable vanishing act all the more unsettling. With a furrowed brow, Mercer commanded the tech specialist to replay the footage once more. The scenes unfolded with eerie normalcy: a man entering the bustling coffee shop, taking his usual seat tucked away by a leafy plant, scribbling in a notebook and sipping his coffee as he gazed out the window. Then the pivotal moment arrived. He placed his wallet on the table, rose from his seat, and wandered towards the restroom corridor. And there, in that corridor, he dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment. As Mercer probed deeper into the enigma, she discovered a series of perplexing anomalies. The man's possessions revealed no tangible clues to his identity: blank spaces where there should have been personal information, credit cards linked to non-existent accounts, and a lone business card bearing only a cryptic phone number that led to silence. The barista who had served the mysterious man for years offered scant insight into his life. He was a man of few words, always alone, lost in his own world, the barista murmured. The notebook he left behind harbored pages filled with cryptic symbols and sketches of architectural marvels unknown to the city. Mercer's investigation led her down a labyrinthine path of mystery and intrigue. The man known as John Doe seemed to exist in a realm of his own creation, his presence elusive to the outside world. Each clue unearthed only deepened the enigma, casting shadows of doubt and wonder. In her quest for answers, Mercer stumbled upon a peculiar detail in the security footage: a flicker in time as the man crossed the threshold of the coffee shop, a subtle disturbance that hinted at realities beyond comprehension. Her pursuit of truth led her back to the coffee shop, to the very table where John Doe had vanished into the ether. There she confronted an antique mirror, its ornate frame etched with cryptic symbols mirroring those in the man's notebook. As she probed the mirror's surface, she felt a strange warmth emanate from its depths, a warmth that hinted at hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. With the aid of forensic experts, Mercer uncovered a hidden chamber behind the mirror, a chamber housing a trove of identical wallets, each bearing the enigmatic man's image, but devoid of personal details. A journal penned in a hand, identical to the notebook's cryptic script, chronicled experiments in temporal manipulation and reality-bending pursuits. The journal spoke of a nexus, point the coffee shop as a convergence of worlds, a place where boundaries blurred and possibilities transcended the mundane. Mercer's mind swirled with visions of parallel realities and unseen forces at play. As the investigation unfolded, whispers of the man who defied existence spread through the neighborhood. Reflections danced independently in the shop's windows, and sightings of John Doe persisted, even in his absence. A breakthrough arrived in the form of Margaret Keller, a retired physicist with ties to clandestine projects of yore. She unveiled the man's true identity, Daniel Weston, a visionary scientist lost to the mists of experimental exploration into quantum mirrors and dimensional rifts. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Mercer uncovered the coffee shop's dark history, a history intertwined with Weston's vanished legacy, a history of doors to other worlds concealed within the mundane facade of a simple cafe. In a climactic revelation, Mercer beheld the impossible in the shattered remnants of the mirror, a reflection of Weston watching himself, two versions of a man existing in the same moment. The mirror's shards whispered of experiments concluded, of windows closing, and of paths untread. The mystery of the man who slipped between worlds remained an enigma, a tale whispered in hushed tones long after the coffee shop's closure. Mercer's resignation from the force marked the end of an era, yet echoes of the man who defied reality lingered in the air, a reminder of the thin veil between what is seen and what remains unseen. Story 24. She entered through the front door, the air heavy with dust, swirling in the silence of the abandoned house. Years of neglect had left the walls peeling, the furniture cloaked in sheets, frozen in time. Yet amidst the stillness there was a peculiar anomaly that caught her attention: the doors. Each one she opened, each one she walked through, always led her back to the same room, the parlor. A mysterious loop that defied logic, trapping her in a perpetual cycle. The only escape seemed to be the way she had come, but when she turned to leave, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body shifted the narrative of the forgotten Victorian from mere urban legend to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing as forensic specialists moved through the shadows like specters. The house had garnered a reputation among locals as a place where compasses spun aimlessly and whispers of unseen watchers lingered in the air. Now it held secrets darker than anyone could have imagined. The initial assessment indicates a time of death approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the eerie stillness. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan's body was discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her serene expression suggesting she awaited a visitor, hands folded gently in her lap. No signs of struggle, no marks of resistance. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who found her?" Lind inquired, her gaze fixed on the scene before her. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, sitting there like a ghost from the past. The house had stood vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a tale marred by family feuds that left the property in a state of abandonment, a relic forgotten by time, save for those who sought thrills within its decaying walls. Morgan Pierce, a young researcher, had been drawn to the Victorian's enigmatic aura, captivated by its reputation for distorting reality. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted, flipping through her notes. Morgan mentioned something about visiting the house where paths diverge for her studies. As the investigation unfolded, it revealed Morgan's repeated visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustic phenomena, chilling cold spots and doors that defied conventional logic, leading to ever-changing rooms. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial anomalies, equipment that remained conspicuously absent from the scene. The autopsy unearthed the startling revelation: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance linked to shamanic rituals known for inducing disorientation and vivid hallucinations, though not in lethal doses. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, her boyfriend affirmed during questioning. Morgan was meticulous in her approach to research. She wouldn't have jeopardized her senses knowingly. Digital traces on Morgan's phone unveiled deleted conversations with a kindred spirit, someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone privy to its enigmatic nature. Their exchanges grew intimate and enigmatic, hinting at a shared understanding of the house's enigmas. The house retains its memories, one message alluded. It seeks acknowledgement. The trail led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an architectural scholar whose expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated Morgan's interest, evolving their professional rapport into a personal connection. Reeves professed a deep sorrow at Morgan's demise, unraveling his musings on the house's deceptive design and the shadows that lurked beyond its walls. However, Reeves possessed a watertight alibi for the time of Morgan's passing, captured on security footage delivering a lecture miles away. A breakthrough surfaced from an unexpected source: the revelation of a family secret by a leaner Blackwood's grandson residing overseas. He disclosed a legacy of deaths within the house, termed the claiming, where individuals met their end in the parlor, their features serene as if beckoned by an unseen force. A secondary sweep of the property unveiled a hidden chamber behind the parlor fireplace, housing Morgan's missing equipment alongside a collection of artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise formation. At its heart lay a weathered figurine embodying a deity of liminal spaces, realms betwixt and between. Traces of the alkaloid match that found in Morgan's system, hinting at a connection rooted in ancient practices. The case took a sinister turn as forensic analysis hinted at a presence within the house at the time of Morgan's demise, fingerprints alien to her or any known visitors adorning the doorknobs. Weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves met a similar fate, found lifeless in his apartment, mirroring Morgan's peaceful repose, the alkaloid staining his system. Clutched in his grip was a key that defied his apartment's locks but fit snugly into the concealed compartment within the Victorian. In his parting missive, Reeves penned, "The house doesn't confine you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan saw the truth: the doors led where they always have, yet something tricks your mind into a cycle. By the time you discern reality, the urge to leave fades. The case lingered open, a mesh of enigmatic deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian lay condemned, its secrets veiled from prying eyes, though whispers persisted of spectral lights flickering within its confines and visitors who entered but never emerged. Some whispered of a curse claiming those who delved too deep, while others believed Morgan and Reeves had unearthed an ancient force, a presence residing in the interstices of reality. The truth remained as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors circled back to the beginning, a labyrinth of secrets shrouded in the whispers of the night. Story 25. In the quiet stillness of the night, a wooden plank shifted under her weight, revealing a hidden secret beneath the old cottage she now called home. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board, sensing a mystery waiting to be uncovered. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowy, narrow space that lay untouched for years. Dust danced in the dim light, cobwebs clinging to forgotten corners. And there, in the heart of the darkness, lay a mattress, a chair, and a weathered notebook filled with pages bearing her name repeated endlessly. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman peered into the abyss beneath her home, a mixture of fear and curiosity flickering in her eyes. It wasn't just a hidden room they had stumbled upon. It was a violation of sanctuary, an intrusion of the sinister into what should have been a fresh start for Sarah. "Don't disturb anything." Detective Reed's voice was a calm anchor in the sea of uncertainty as she switched on her flashlight, casting light on the secrets that lay hidden below. The walls were adorned with surveillance photographs, capturing every move Sarah made coming and going, conversing with friends, a shrine of obsession meticulously crafted beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an enigmatic old man who passed away with no known kin. The property had stood vacant for months, its past shrouded in silence. The real estate listing painted it as charming and in need of minor touch-ups, concealing the darkness that lay dormant within its walls. "I never met him." Sarah's voice was a whisper in the cavernous space. "The previous owner, the neighbors said he kept to himself. I was told that basement access was sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." As crime scene investigators arrived, their presence marked by the thud of equipment cases against the wooden floor, Sarah's world unraveled before her eyes. Every trace meticulously documented, every piece of evidence catalogued, every memory traced back to the ghostly figure of Walter Green. Forensic analysis uncovered a haunting truth. Walter had been watching Sarah for years, his fingerprints a chilling echo of his presence that lingered in the shadows. The department psychologist shed light on the dark recesses of Walter's mind during a briefing, explaining how fixation can evolve into something far more sinister, how fantasies can morph into chilling realities. And as Detective Reed delved deeper into Walter's past, a former coworker revealed fragments of a disturbing puzzle of words muttered in longing, of plans veiled in obsession, of a man consumed by a delusion that twisted reality into a nightmare. A key hidden in a locker, a storage unit filled with eerie replicas of Sarah's past life. A calendar marked with a date that spelled foreboding, all pieces of a macabre puzzle that Walter had meticulously crafted in the shadows of his obsession. His history of institutionalization, his past haunted by a delusion of love unrequited, all culminating in a twisted dance of fate and fixation that had ensnared Sarah in its menacing grip. As Sarah made the painful decision to part ways with the cottage, her haven tainted by the specter of Walter's obsession, she couldn't shake the lingering question of what could have been, of the darkness that had skirted the edges of her reality. The case closed, the truth buried beneath layers of secrecy, Sarah sought solace in a new beginning, a fresh chapter far from the shadows of her past. Life moved on, the cottage finding new owners, the hidden room sealed off, the echoes of a twisted obsession fading into memory. But for those who bore witness to the chilling tale of the room beneath the floorboards, it remained a haunting reminder of the dangers that lurk in the shadows, of the monsters that remain unseen, and of the victims who narrowly escape the clutches of darkness. And as the night settled over the cottage once more, its secrets whispered in the wind, a cautionary tale of the thin line between safety and the abyss that waits below. Story 26. The quaint costume shop was in the process of closing down, its shelves now bare as it sold off remnants of old inventory. Among the remaining items, a woman's gaze fell upon a mask tucked away on a dusty shelf. Its features, delicate yet uncannily lifelike, seemed to beckon her closer. The cashier hesitated as she placed it on the counter, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "That's not ours," he muttered cryptically. Perplexed, the woman checked for a tag, but to her surprise there was none. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home. That night a soft rustling sound stirred her from slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting, barely audible yet distinctly present. Her heart quickened as she scanned the darkened room, only to find the mask was no longer resting on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its vacant eyes fixed upon her with an unsettling intensity. The woman known as Catherine Reed was discovered the following morning by her concerned neighbor. The front door stood ajar, allowing a sliver of morning light to seep into the otherwise dim interior. The neighbor, arriving to return a borrowed book, stumbled upon a scene that would perplex investigators for years to come. Catherine lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, joining the solemn procession of forensic experts as they meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic clicks of the shutters punctuated the air, a backdrop to the hushed conversations that swirled around the room. No signs of forced entry, noted an officer, jotting down observations in his notepad. The detective's keen eyes scanned the room, absorbing nuances that others might overlook. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, everything appeared eerily ordinary, except for the tragic fate that had befallen Catherine. The medical examiner, his expression somber, knelt beside the lifeless form. Cause of death unclear upon initial examination. No visible wounds, no evidence of struggle, he remarked, gesturing towards Catherine's frozen visage. Take note of the terror etched upon her features. Crouching beside the body, the detective whispered to herself. Something frightened her to the core. Catherine had led a quiet existence as an art appraiser, renowned for her meticulous attention to detail and passion for authenticity. Colleagues spoke of her uncanny ability to discern forgeries with ease. She had a discerning eye for discrepancies, remarked her boss during questioning. The detective pondered whether this very talent had inadvertently led to her untimely demise. Footage from the costume shop revealed a peculiar interaction. The cashier's genuine confusion over the mask's origin piqued the detective's interest, prompting a visit to the now vacant shop. The owner, visibly anxious, divulged the mask's mysterious appearance during a clearance sale, confessing that it was never part of their inventory. When pressed, he reluctantly revealed a dark secret, similar occurrences tied to items acquired from the estate sale of a collector who had met a tragic end. A breakthrough emerged when forensics uncovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was grasping something, explained the lab technician. These fibers are unique, comprising a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic material untraceable in any database. The investigation unraveled a chilling pattern of death spanning decades, each victim acquiring a malevolent mask shortly before their demise. Yet each case remained shrouded in enigma, devoid of closure. A retired detective, privy to one such case, agreed to share his insights. In a dimly lit room, he slid a weathered file across the table, hands trembling slightly. We discovered inscriptions within each mask, concealed behind the lining, he disclosed. Ancient symbols hinting at a ritual involving the transference of souls. An unexpected breakthrough surfaced with the unearthing of a journal hidden within Catherine's apartment. Her final entry spoke of an unsettling presence lurking within her home, prompting her to delve into the mask's origins following the cashier's peculiar reaction. Her research led her to connect the mask to a series of enigmatic deaths. The mask is sentient, she scrawled in escalating panic. It watches me whilst I slumber. Inside, I found markings matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who possessed these masks perished in the same manner. Each mask claims a life before moving on a vessel seeking a new host, perpetuating an age-old cycle. Piecing together the evident's strange fibers, Catherine's discoveries, the recurring deaths, the medical examiner eventually identified the cause of death as fatal cardiac arrest induced by sheer terror. What monstrous entity could evoke such paralyzing fear that it would cease a beating heart? The investigation took a macabre turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring residence unveiled a startling revelation: the silhouette of a figure exiting Catherine's abode, adorned with what seemed to be the mask. It moved in her distinct manner, yet an eerie mechanical quality tainted its mimicry, akin to a marionette controlled by unseen hands. An alert was issued for the missing mask, but it eluded discovery until 6 months later, when reports surfaced of a peculiar mask surfacing in a vintage shop across the nation. By the time investigators arrived, it had already changed hands, its new owner shrouded in anonymity. The case, officially unresolved, lingered as a haunting enigma. The detective safeguarded Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a sobering reminder of a truth too bizarre for official records. At night, she would awaken abruptly, a sense of being surveilled chilling her to the core. She would secure her abode, fortifying windows and doors, striving to banish the unsettling thought of the mask, patiently awaiting its next victim, its empty gaze fixated on the souls it sought to claim. The mask, an ancient malevolence, bided its time in the shadows, poised to resurface once more. And when it did, another unsuspecting soul would stir from slumber to find it looming closer, its hollow sockets fixated upon them, hungering for the essence that dwelled behind their very eyes. Story 27, in the midst of renovations, peculiar discoveries often come to light. Old relics, forgotten treasures, pieces of the past waiting to be unveiled. Yet, as the couple delved into the task of lifting the floorboards in their new Victorian-era home, they stumbled upon a hidden enigma, a letter, carefully tucked beneath the aged wood. The paper crumbled at their touch, the ink a whisper of what it once was. But the words etched upon it stood bold and ominous: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could grasp the weight of this cryptic message, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent corridors of the house, sending a shiver down their spines. Sarah and Michael, drawn to the charm and history of the estate auction find, never anticipated their restoration project would unearth such unsettling truths. Detective Alina Reed, with her seasoned partner, arrived at the scene, the floorboards still askew, revealing the murky void beneath. With hands weathered by years of investigation, Reed delicately retrieved the note, wary of the inevitable contamination left by the unsuspecting couple's touch. As the couple recounted the chilling sound of knocking, Reed scrutinized their expressions, sensing genuine fear in their eyes. Background checks portrayed Sarah and Michael as ordinary newlyweds with no hint of suspicion. Their pasts appeared pristine, solid jobs, good credit. However, the house harbored a more intricate narrative. Once owned by the Hargrove family for generations, it lay dormant for 2 years post the passing of the last inhabitant, the solitary widow, Margaret Hargrove. Neighbors painted a picture of a recluse yet amiable woman, with no known adversaries and a peaceful departure marked by natural causes. Despite the surface tranquility, an unsettling aura lingered. Forensic analysis dated the note back 2 decades, its script bearing traces of distress and urgency. Margaret, in her 60s at the time, resided with her late husband, Franklin, a man of respect in the community, an ex-educator with a penchant for woodworking. Echoes of his final teaching years emerged as a former student recalled his descent into paranoia, his incessant mentions of a looming watcher mistaken for early dementia by many. The breakthrough arrived with Reed's interview of Margaret's sister, now residing in a nursing home. Amidst fading memories, certain truths remained vivid. Margaret feared him towards the end, she whispered. Not Franklin, no, the man at the door, the collector. Reed lined in, intrigued by the revelation. The collector. Franklin's gambling debts led to his demise. The collector, Victor Mercer, a lone shark, came knocking 3 times, always 3. Margaret sought to sell the house to settle the dues, but Franklin's stubbornness prevailed. Reed revisited the house, this time with a forensic team in tow. As more floorboards yielded to their scrutiny, the cadaver dogs unearthed a grim secret beneath the foundation, a male skeleton, fractured skull concealed in plastic. Dental records negated the possibility of it being Franklin Hargrove. The remains were unclaimed, belonging to a man never reported missing. Further excavation uncovered a wallet within the plastic shroud, revealing the identity of Victor Mercer, the elusive lone shark who vanished without a trace 2 decades past. Margaret's diaries, discovered in the attic, wove a tale of fear, heartache, and the dark secrets buried beneath the floorboards. Justice, though belated and cold, was finally served. The house changed hands, its history haunting the empty rooms. Local legends whispered of spectral echoes, 3 distinct knocks piercing the stillness of the night. The note, a chilling relic in evidence storage, bore a stark warning: don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret's final years, cloaked in paranoia and seclusion, left unanswered questions lingering in the shadows. Detective Reed penned her final report, acknowledging that some mysteries defy resolution, even when the truth seems within reach. The house stood silent, its past veiled in whispers, its secrets buried with those who knew. And as the moon cast its silvery glow upon the vacant halls, the enigma of the 3 knocks remained, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface.